And we're back underway. Straight after lunch, England 105 for 4. It was all about Mitchell Starc in the first session. It was a very slow one in terms of an over age, just 23 overs, and we're all set for the start of the post-lunch session here. Scotty Boland with the ball, fresh after lunch, with Brook on strike. Here goes Boland. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's got carry. Ooh, that was a spicy first delivery there from Scotty Boland with Brook on strike. That is exactly the kind of pace and bounce that you associate. Talk about hitting your mark. That is brilliant from Boland first up. We will see Mitchell Starc early on in this session, that's for sure. He's taken a break. He was fresh, but he caused all sorts of problems. Real havoc on the top order. He dismissed Crawley in his first over, then picked up Duckett and then root for a duck. He has been the showstopper. Look at Brook. He gives him the charge. That is some way to start off the session. It's a 6 over mid-off. Brilliant from Harry Brook. We saw him do this to get off the mark early on where he gives the charge. This is classic Harry Brook. Sets the pace early on. Wow. A maximum for Brook and an early warning shot fired at the Aussies. It's been going all their way so far, but a 6 just puts things in their favor. Boland looking for a comeback, and he's worked that onto the onside. Just get a single. Again, oh, he might sneak 2 here. That's outstanding running between the wickets. Brilliant from the pair. Stokes and Brook leading the recovery here for England post-lunch. That run rate still very healthy from England's point of view, and that is the key. They always play in and around that 5 and over mark, even if they are struggling, and that is one of the highlights of baseball. Even though they lose wickets, they keep the scoreboard moving. Brook 36 of 44 deliveries. He's looking to play a day one classic here after finding himself in a very tricky spot early on. Watchful defense there from Brooks. Stokes 4 of 7. We all know about Stokes' bowling heroics. We'll need him with the bat. Hasn't put on consistent runs for England. That's something that they would like to get from their skipper. Brooks, on the other hand, I think he has been top 5 this year in terms of test batters in the world. Maybe even top 3. That's how good he has been. The way that he leads the counter charge really is a special mentality required. And very solid defense. Now the ball is softened and the pitch not as quick as it was in the morning session. Mitch Starc took full advantage of the conditions. The way that he bowled with intensity, fire, real pace. Opportunity here for England to not just survive the first over, but get 8 runs from it. Post the lunch break, this is just the start that they were looking for. Boland has been very expensive, make no mistake about it. None for 47 as he looks to complete his 8th. Here goes Scotty Boland. Again, he thought about exposing his stumps, but then made sure that he follows that up with a rock-solid defense to end the over. 8 runs from that Scotty Boland over just after lunch. 113 for 4 after 24. Well, Harry Brook just setting the tempo early on. Gives him the charge. Second delivery. The first one from Boland was a peach. It got bounced. It had real carry. But the second delivery, my word. He gives him the charge and he just pumps it over extra cover. That was classic Harry Brook. Well, he took the pressure of the first over, which means Mitch Starc, after his 8 overs, 3 for 24, will be going at the England skipper here. This is going to be a very interesting battle. This is what it's all about. For England, they'll know they're a couple of wickets away. Even though England bat very deep, this is the partnership. They've got Jamie Smith next, who is no mug with the bat. He is brilliant when he gets going. Remember his partnership with Brook against India. My word, They nearly took the game away from us. Here's Starc to Stokes. Oh, it's a good ball. It's worked away well on the onside. Should get a couple again. The running between the wickets has been excellent, and they complete 2. Again, they've run a couple of very quick singles, which has been one of the highlights here early on. They're making sure they're not just dealing in boundaries. Stokes 6 of 8 deliveries. Anything on the onside, he will look to work away. That mid-wicket region will be interesting because you know that Stokes, with a bit of bounce, will look to pull. Starc especially is keeping the batsman guessing here. Second delivery to Stokes. He's got Stokes out 9 times in tests. That's a decent leave at an average of 20.6 as well. That is the key statistics here. He doesn't let Stokes get off to a flyer or settle in at the crease. For Australia, the danger man still remains Harry Brook. I mean, until he's out there in the middle, they can never really relax. And what a privilege that is as a batting unit. When you're 3 down, when you're under the pump, you have someone like Harry Brook who can change the momentum with real speed. If you're not careful, you can take the game away. Lovely to see the Optus Stadium absolutely packed to the gills here. Starc now looking to work Stokes, and it's another good leave there from the skipper, making sure that he doesn't get baited. I mean, Mitchell Starc, aged 35, is clocking at 140 Ks plus consistently. I've seen him bowl 8.5 overs, and I would be very surprised if maybe 2 or 3 deliveries dip below 140. I mean, he is a genetic freak, isn't he? Never misses time off. I mean, he plays every game. He's still at his frame, at the pace that he bowls with, really is a marvel. Sometimes you can just watch and admire. As last wicket was Ollie Pope, who did settle in well, couldn't cash in after scoring 46. Again, Stokes being very mindful here. We talked about Ollie Pope, that number 3 position. They have a problem with Crawley, yes, but Ollie Pope is someone they count on because of his experience. He generally has a very good first test where he piles on the runs and then just slightly declines and towards the end just deteriorates. But I think the way that 1 and 3 position is very uncertain for England, and they cannot have doubts, especially when you're away to Australia. And Cummins, missing the first test, will be ready to go for the second and third. Make no mistake about it. Again, just the 1 delivery below 140, and that was 139.6 from Starc. Full delivery's cleaned him over. He's knocked off the off stump. It's Mitchell Starc's day, man. He has beaten the keeper. Beautiful delivery. Stokes beaten for pace. England are 5 down. That is Mitchell Starc in a nutshell. If you're not ready for him, he will beat you all ends up. Look at this. It's a scramble seam again. Stokes is nowhere near that one. There is such a huge gap between the bat and pad. Cleans them all over. Stokes goes for 6. England in deep, deep trouble now. Jamie Smith out there in the middle. This should be really, really fun now as England will look to counterattack. They do not have an answer for Mitchell Starc. He gets his 4th wicket. This guy is on another level. Well, if you're not ready for the Aussies, they will run you over. They will trample you. England have not been ready. They've shown glimpses, but that's not enough. You need to be consistent. Well, Jamie Smith now out in the middle. England's counter-attack now begins. They are 5 down for 115. Mitchell Starc is just breathing fire. 4 for 26. He's just a superhuman, man. Stokes gone. And now England will look for the counter-attack. This is what we heard the likes of Jeff Boycott, the Stick to Cricket podcast, talking about. Pass ball is only as good if you can hang about. If you don't, you're in real trouble. But the Aussies have given them no chance as Starc looks to finish this over here. Oh, it's right on the money. Well played there by Smith. It's another tremendous Starc over. 5 for 115 after 25 overs. Australia very much on top here. Well, they're showing Jamie Smith's stats from the test at Birmingham against India, where he really played two outstanding knocks, fearless. And they need that Jamie Smith back here. He has to be fearless because England will need this partnership to go on for as long as possible, but also know that a couple more wickets that go in Mitchell Starc's favour, and they're staring at a score below 250, and that is nowhere near enough on this pitch. This is not the WACCA of old, but still England are really struggling here. With Smith and Brook, the perfect pair for a counter-attack, and Boland back in the attack. Good delivery, worked on the onside there by Brook. He'll just get a single. And Harry Brook, we know that he won't change his style. He's all about playing on the front foot, putting the pressure back on the bowlers. He will not let them settle, and that's what makes him such a dangerous batsman. And Jamie Smith now, still young career against India, once again getting it almost spot on that he is going to be their wicketkeeper batsman for the foreseeable future. Well, Smith averaging 30 with 50 plus scores in overseas tests, again on the front foot. Smith not afraid. He's not looking to wait for the bounce or gauge it. He's looking to meet that very much on the front foot. It's one of the tips that they give you in terms of playing spin. When you're not sure, get on the front foot as much as possible. If it's far too late, you're in trouble. No ball there from Scotty Boland. Australia have been very disciplined in terms of extras conceded. A few leg buys, but there's not much you can do about that. But Boland bowling his first no ball. And Smith is very much watchful with his defence now. With Scotty Boland with a different role in the first test here in the Ashes. Generally a first change bowler after Cummins and Mitchell Starc take the new ball. But this time, without their captain, it was Scotty Boland who picked up the new ball, and he got the treatment. He really went for runs. That is something that you could see Steve Smith wanted to cut back as quickly as possible, and that's why he brought on Brandon Doggett as quickly as he did. Because Scott Boland's first 3 overs went for runs. Now looking for a recovery over here. Smith very much looking to navigate these first few deliveries, but still meeting the middle of the bat every time. Again, you don't mind defending those balls as long as you're meeting it very much dead center on the bat. The sun just starting to set here at the Optus Stadium. Scotty Boland showing Smith's average and runs against India in the 2025 series, which was just a spellbinding entrance to Test cricket, really averaging 62, scoring 434 runs. Just the 100, but he caused us a lot of pain, especially when you think that you're into the English lower middle order. Someone like Jamie Smith comes in at number 7 and looks to take the game away from you. It's a special talent. Scotty Boland with a much more measured over this time. Well, Mitch Starc will just be waiting, itching for an opportunity to go at Harry Brook next over. Make sure that Jamie Smith remains at this end. Here's Boland. Oh, it's caught him on the pads, but that's drifting down. Scotty Boland with a hopeful appeal. That is nowhere near hitting leg stump. They've had a look. I don't think this would be a very poor call from Australia if they do follow through. Scotty Boland did appeal for a long time, but Oh, they have gone for it. This is trusting the bowler here from Steve Smith. I'm not sure this is the right call here. Hit him high on the pad and it was really drifting down leg stump. I'd be very surprised if the ball is hitting anywhere. Scotty Boland needs a moment to go in his favour and he'll be hoping that DRS favours him. As I mentioned before, I would be very surprised. There's no height issue as it hits him pretty much center of the pad. Just hit him just below the roll, so it's not a height issue. And because the umpire hasn't given him, umpire's call might help Jamie Smith here. Yeah, it's missing. It's not that far, but it is missing. Yep, a review burned there from the Aussies. As I mentioned, it would have been a real stretch to get that hitting leg stump. Especially the drift that Scotty Boland got with the in-swinger. Jamie Smith, though, would have had his heart in his mouth, but relieved man. He's faced 6 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Final delivery of the Boland over. It's been rather eventless. That's another watchful play. Oh, he's got that fine into the gully region. That is so clever from Jamie Smith. A boundary to end the over. Scotty Boland once again is expensive in his overs. England takes 6 runs again. This is a very good start for England post-lunch. They've kept the scoreboard moving. And Scotty Boland has not found the answers. And he's played this very late. Opened the face of the blade between slip and gully. And he's just a pace behind the crease. He's not looking to get deep into his crease. Very much looking to play this on the front foot. But this is soft and late hands in play. Beautiful. It seems to be the Starc show. Scotty Boland has gone for runs. That's Daniel Vittori, isn't it? Alongside Scotty Boland. Well, Starc now looking to hold his end of the bargain as he goes after Brook. Short delivery, easily ducked by Harry Brook. This is the battle now. Starc versus Harry Brook. The crucial wicket of Brook is something that Australia looking for. They've got half the side back in the dugout. They feel that they need a couple more because England bat deep. Steve Smith returned to captaincy after that infamous incident. Pat Cummins not ready to go, but will be ready for the second and third test, I think. Mitch Starc has taken the responsibilities on his shoulders, and I know, man, has he delivered. Just drifting down the leg side. He's just nudged that down to fine leg. Oh, he's got that fine enough for a boundary. The boundaries keep coming in the overs here, this time off Mitch Starc. Harry Brook not looking to just pat that down. He's looking for runs. He's looking for scoring opportunities when the opportunity is there presented. Another boundary. Again, fine leg. Far too wide on that occasion. Brooks has raced to 41 or 50 deliveries. Excellent from Harry Brook. This man is all about the counterattack. He knows that when his team are in trouble, lean on Harry Brook. And Starc hasn't found his line in this over so far. This time a lot central. Oh my goodness me. The straight drive, a thing of beauty of Harry Brook. He's taken Starc for back-to-back boundaries. This one, a thing of beauty. Oh, yes. There is nothing sweeter than a beautiful straight drive right off the meat of the blade. Harry Brook in some touch. The shot of the day so far off the bat of Harry Brook. how quickly England have gotten a motor on here post-lunch. They're 129 for 5. They're getting runs in every over. Starc now. Eaton ready in the 3 deliveries. Fuller delivery. You can see Brook went for the fine leg glance. Doesn't get bat on it. If he did get it, we are looking at 3 fours in a row. Starc has not been accurate in this over and he's paid the price. Again, England just a shade under 5 and over. They have been motoring. Such an impressive team. Even when they're under the pump, that's when they look to really step on it. Brooks is playing a typical Harry Brook inning, taking the entire Starc over so far. Still 2 deliveries left though. Starc waiting to come back. Kenny gives him the charge and he withdraws his bat. Harry Brook, my goodness. He is such a frightening proposition, especially when he's in that flow state. Mitchell Starc once again with an over. Not a single delivery below 140. Look at that. Harry Brook giving him the charge, seeing the ball is far too wide. It's almost like Starc saw that, brings that a touch shorter. It was well wide in the end. Harry Brook has gotten 2 boundaries of Starc, but he's not satisfied. He wants more. And the pair just exchange a wry smile between each other as Starc looks to finish off his 10th over. He's been electric in the first session and continuing after lunch. Gives him the charge again. It's a fuller delivery. Harry Brook giving Mitchell Starc the charge twice to end the over. It's 27 gone. It's 129 for 5. It is box office cricket here in Perth. This is what the Ashes is all about. You're going to get fiery encounters. Neither one of these teams like to back down, especially against this opponent. But Harry Brook, when he gave Scotty Boland the charge in the second delivery, you just knew that he was all about that business today. Over extra cover, giving him the charge, a special shot to set the tone just after lunch. And since then, he hasn't stopped. Jamie Smith, on the other hand, he's got a boundary, but Harry Brook's straight drive too. I mean, the couple of shots that he's played have just been first class. Boland under the pressure, bowling his 10th now. Another punch shot down the ground. Jamie Smith getting onto the action. That has enough legs for the boundary. The boundaries continue to pour here for England. The Aussies just can't stop the bleeding. This is outstanding cricket here from England. Jamie Smith, this time on the back foot, punches that so well. On the onside, beautiful cricket. Well, it's just been an electric start after lunch here. 4 overs, all in favour of England. That is a solid defence there from Smith. Again, takes a nice stride forward before meeting the ball on the full. That is beautiful cricket, this from Smith. Australia, for the first time, caught in a bit of a whirlwind situation here. I know that Scotty Boland is leaking runs. Mitchell Starc was taken for a couple of boundaries in the previous over by Harry Brook. Cam Green, and it's definitely an option after he took off Ollie Pope. Maybe give him a go. But Mitchell Starc at one end has to continue. Here's Boland again. Again, Smith looks very confident out there in the middle. And it's just that positive intent. It just transmits throughout the team. Brings a lot more calm and just adds a bit of pressure to the opposition. So, kind of forward thinking really does help. And this partnership, 19 of 17 deliveries very quickly. Make sure that they get boundaries early on in the over so they're not searching for it. And they can be a bit more pragmatic towards the end. But you know that another shot is coming at some point in the over, especially with Brook on strike. 45 or 54 deliveries, leading the counter charge. Short delivery again. Withdraws his bat well in time. Boland clocking in at 140 Ks with a short delivery. The effort ball by Scotty Boland. Again, the run rate very impressive from England despite being 5 down. 4.8 in over. Despite nobody really taking off. Harry Brook shouldering the responsibilities, but he's got good support in Smith at the other end. 9 of 10 deliveries from him. Scotty Boland has had no joy whatsoever, going at nearly 6 and over. Looking to end his 10th on a high. Again, gives him the charge through the offside. Classy shot there by Harry Brook. Does it have enough legs? Oh, it just might win the race. It doesn't. Travis Head sees the ball stop just a few inches before the ropes, but it's another productive over this for England, man. Did they run 4? Yes, they did. Superb running between the wickets. They may not have found the rope, but Harry Brook found the gap and threw the offside between point and cover. Just stops between the ropes. Travis Head would have hoped that it found the back of the ropes because they did run 4. 9 of the Scotty Boland over. England inching towards that 5 and over run rate. Final delivery of Boland's over. And it's a watchful defence. England doing the damage brilliantly there. 9 of the Boland over. 138 for 5. England 5 overs after lunch have just dominated proceedings. They've come with a clarity of thought, positive mindset, and they have absolutely dominated the situation. Hi Arnav, how are you? Good, man. It's been a long time and it's been a great test match to start off with, man. It's been a while since been doing some live stream for cricket. The Ashes is a perfect time to break that streak. It has been the Mitchell Starc show. 4 wickets, cleaning up Crawley, Duckett, Root and Stokes just after lunch. Breaking through. I thought Stokes looked nowhere near in terms of pretty much trying to figure out. Mitch Starc didn't have the time. Starc was on the money, cleaning off the off stump. They've got Smith, Atkinson and Bryden Cars coming up next for England. So this partnership still very much the key. Oh, Starc is very much on the money there. Just trying to target middle and off. What do you think on off the score at Stumps for England? Harry Brook still out there in the middle, 49 of 57. He is the game changer. So if you're having any sort of prediction, it pretty much depends on how Harry Brook carries on. Not just in this session, but from an England point of view, they'll want him to bat as deep as possible today. 4 for 34, Starc. He has been the trump card. In the absence of the skipper, Pat Cummins, the lead bowler, Starc has shouldered the responsibility brilliantly. Here he goes to Jamie Smith. And he's on the money. Oh, it's another magnificent straight drive. Jamie Smith has hit a couple of boundaries straight back down to the bowler. Each one better than the last. Oh, that is just quality. And England continue their trend of finding a boundary early on. And these are risk-free shots, mind you. Straight down the ground. There's no need to run for it. The timing is impeccable. Jamie Smith, full of confidence. 13 of 12 deliveries. This is just outstanding from England. Talk about dominating the session so far after lunch. Yes, they lost the wicket of Stokes. But Smith and Brook have been unfazed. Now the run rate. First time over 5 and over. Hammers that through the leg side. Should get a couple. Oh, he'll get a boundary. It's brilliant from Smith. He had no right to get a boundary off that shot and that delivery. He is taking on Starc. Starc went for back-to-back boundaries in the previous over. Goes for back-to-back boundaries in this. Talk about a change of momentum. It started off with the straight drive and this time a pull to safety, and I'm talking about risk-free cricket. You're looking at it. It is low risk, the highest of reward. Steve Smith scratching his head for the first time. Australia have been blown away in this session so far. They've had no answers. It's a loose delivery there. Starc is so lucky that he doesn't go for 3 in a row. They should get 2. Well, you've seen Mitch Starc post the lunch session. He hasn't been as accurate as you'd like to be. It was just a single though, but again he's drifting far too much down the leg side. Jamie Smith. Well, they're just showing how he's transferring his weight. Really love the graphics and how they've been trying to incorporate technology into their graphics. Cricket Australia, can only tip my hat. Shows how balanced he is before the ball is being delivered and how he transfers his weight when he's getting onto the front foot. Short delivery pulled away. Easy pickings for Harry Brook, who gets a magnificent half century in a pressure cooker situation in just 58 deliveries. Harry Brook, what a year he's had. All the plaudits, and rightfully so, has gone to Joe Root for the outstanding year that he's had, but Harry Brook hasn't been far behind. A brilliant 50, his 10th in 31 tests. 10 hundreds and 14 50s in 31 tests for Harry Brook is outrageous. 52% of his runs coming in boundaries too. It's just a masterclass from Harry Brook again. And it's when he does it that is so impressive. Oh, he's pulled that away again. Starc is so far off his line here. Has he stopped that for a boundary? He can't. The runs keep pouring in. This time a Mitchell Starc over goes for 3 boundaries. An expensive one from Starc. 14 coming off that Starc over. Australia are pouring runs. They cannot stop the bleeding here. England crossed the 150 stage in 6 overs after lunch. Scotty Boland is very fortunate that he doesn't do any damage. But again, it's down the leg side. Jamie Smith missed out on a couple of occasions. This time, he wasn't going to miss out. Again, Scotty Boland lands very awkwardly. Did well to stop that initially, but then found its way to the rope. Yep, landing very awkwardly on the knee with momentum and speed. Could have been very nasty for the fast bowler. The 10 overs didn't go in his favour, and Scotty Boland straight away off the field. They're wasting no time here. They want their fast bowler to be well rested and make sure that he is not carrying any sort of injury. They've already lost Cummins. They cannot lose Boland. As Brendan Doggett back in the attack. 5 overs, none for 17 for the debutant. Started off his over with the maiden. And now he's got a different proposition now. Harry Brook on 50. Jamie Smith 22 of 15 deliveries. The shot making has been just wow from these two. And he's pulled that away so easy by Brook. But deep mid wicket is present. It's just a single. The ball is... He's got like a couple of extra seconds the way that he's just pulling these balls away. They have to trouble him with pace because he's just finding it far too easy. Jamie Smith, on the other hand, he's played some quite magnificent shot. 2 of his shots down the ground. The first one on the back foot, the punch was brilliant. The second one, a classic straight drive, presenting the full face of the blade. Beautiful. Sometimes all you can do is applaud. Australia with an attacking field here. Looking to put the pressure back on England. And width on offer, he's caressed that through the offside. Jamie Smith is finding the meat of the bat. Once again, the ball will not find its way to the boundary. These are long boundaries, so full credit to the batsman for running these runs hard. Again, risk-free cricket. They've got 4 runs in the over already. They've run 3 comfortably. This partnership, listen to this, 41 of 28 deliveries. They've lost Stokes just after lunch. Jamie Smith is just finding the middle of the bat with that consistency. This is just supreme batting. Doggett's under pressure. Again, it's an errant delivery and he's very fortunate that Brook doesn't put him away. It's just a single, but we've seen this from the Aussies post-lunch. They haven't found their mark. Have been struggling to try and find that consistent line just to try and trouble. They've got a couple of slips, but they've been so far off it. That's something that Steve Smith will be hoping is remedied as quickly as possible, because England on the counter charge are a frightening proposition. They're almost playing like they've got nothing to lose. But they've played risk-free cricket and they've found the boundaries. Again, England against a very attacking field setup, almost daring the batsman to go for it. He's found the gap so well here, Jamie Smith. Again, he's so unfortunate that he doesn't get the boundary. The long boundaries are really favouring the Aussies, because this is just magnificent cricket played by the England batsmen. Once again, they run 3. This is just outstanding, man. Jamie Smith, he stands tall, opens the face of the blade. Beautiful cricket along the ground. The call is quick. They know that the ball doesn't carry to the ropes as often as it should. But once again, 8 runs in this over. Look at that run rate, man. 5.39 an over. It is not just climbing. It is on an upward trajectory that Australia cannot stop. Oh, it's another short delivery. Brook pulls out. Carey is convinced that he's got something on it. Australia have already burned a needless review. Oh, they will go for it. It's a decisive call. This is Steve Smith trusting his keeper here. It is Harry Brook who has withdrawn from a couple of shots early on. The Aussies are quietly confident. They are really celebrating here. Is Brook walking? This is incredible stuff. They really are celebrating. If this is the case, oh, it's Brook is walking. Doggett has gotten his first test wicket. And how about that? It is Harry Brook. He dismisses. This is a strange turn of events, because Australia go for the review. It was taken very quickly by the looks of it. A clear nick off the gloves. Oh, this is such a disappointing way for Harry Brook to go. It's a nothing shot. He was looking to let that go. It was dug in short. This is a poor dismissal from an England point of view. But how about this for Brendan Doggett, getting his first wicket in Test match cricket? And it is of Harry Brook. Soon after hitting his 50, does not last the course. And now the prediction of a score completely changes, with Gus Atkinson now expected to hit the crease. Well, how quickly things turn in Test cricket, man. Now Australia will look at this now. How about this? For all the runs that England have piled on in this session after lunch, Australia have removed Stokes and Harry Brook. So from their point of view, they're looking at, despite us going for heavy runs and consistently, we've picked up the 2 main wickets that we were looking for after lunch. Objective achieved. Not maybe in the manner, but the result, very much that. This is a nothing shot by Harry Brook. This is so disappointing. Just need to get out the way. Healthy nick off the glove. 160 for 6 now. Final delivery. Gus Atkinson has got 100 in his 14 matches. They need him to stick around with Jamie Smith. And now Smith will have to really go on the offensive, because he's going to start running out of partners here. Doggett has picked 1. Cam Green has picked 1. And Mitch Starc 4. Here's Doggett now. Tail up, short delivery, pulled away by Atkinson. He's not looking to back down. He's got a single and he will keep strike. 30 overs gone. It's 161 for 6. Well, for all the runs that Australia have conceded after lunch, they've got the 2 main players back in the dugout. Harry Brook's shot was so unnecessary in terms of how good he looked out there in the middle. He had all the time in the world. It felt like it, but just a lapse of concentration gives the rookie Brendan Doggett his first Test wicket, and a big one that he'll never forget. especially in the manner of which Brook was playing his shots, and Jamie Smith at the other end was looking all sorts of dangerous. That partnership was really growing legs and running fast away from Australia. Well, Starc now has got a new batsman to aim at. He's on a fifer, 4 for 48 after his 11 overs. The 2 overs have really gone for runs. He'll be looking to make amends here. You know, he's a fiery competitor. He'll look to go after the new batsman, Atkinson. Edged and gone! Starc has a fifer at Perth. Atkinson does not last long. Starc gets his breakthrough. England in a real mess now. 7 down. Starc has a fifer on day 1. Beautiful delivery. Atkinson was guessing. He did not know the length. He waits far too long. Starc waves the ball. 35 years of age. A fifer on day 1. Bowling absolute heat. He's pitched that perfectly. Straight into the hands of second slip. No mistake by the skipper Smith. Atkinson has to walk. Perfect. Safe hands from the skipper. He's never going to miss that. Starc has picked up all the important wickets. And now he's got Gus Atkinson too. He has been just a machine amongst men. What a performance, man, Starc. You can only applaud. He came in with a positive intent. He got Zach Crawley out in his very first over. Crawley again was nowhere near the challenge of Starc with the new ball. Ben Duckett looked like he might have settled in, but he was beaten too with sheer pace, crashing into the pads, clipping leg stump. And then the all-important wicket of Joe Root. Again, squaring up Root. I mean, you talk about beating the batsmen, all ends up to get their wickets. That is what Starc has done. After getting Root, does he settle? No. Soon after lunch, he cleans Stokes. And now gets Atkinson for his 5th as Bryden Cass now out in the middle. Front foot push there through the gully region. Might be a boundary there for Cass. That is a good way to get off the mark, and much needed runs there for England. Fuller delivery there by Starc. You know he's angling for the stumps. Picked up a wicket in his very first delivery. Bryden Cass very much on the front foot, looking to just push that away. Not the area he was hoping for, but getting exactly the result. England need to give Jamie Smith as much of the strike as possible. He's just faced 17 deliveries, but he needs to farm the strike here. Yes, he will trust Bryden Cass as much as possible, but Smith needs to take the strike here, especially with Starc at the other end. Good delivery right on top of off. 142 Ks. Starc is not looking to settle with a fifer here. He wants to clean the tail. You've seen Stuart Broad take 8 for 15. This is not quite that, but Starc has bowled a magnificent first day performance here from him. Atkinson 1. Kars has done better. Is he looking to try and take on this Starc over as much as possible and leave Jamie Smith to target the next? Oh, he withdraws his bat at the right time there. 140 clicks. Kars knows that it's a delivery that he could have very easily looked to fish outside off stump. It was a risky strategy, but he's not withdrawn his bat. You know, he's just been beaten. That is very close. Very, very close. Just know with Starc, he is such a fiery competitor. He will look for the wicket-taking delivery. He's looking for the setups here. Just waiting for one to just hoop back in to Bryden Cass. This time just outside off stump. Well played there by Bryden. Well, England's run rate was very impressive post-lunch. They crept up over. They were about 4.5 and over just before heading into lunch. Then went to 5 and then 5.3 and over in very quick time. They were getting boundaries in every over. They pretty much hit Scotty Boland out of the attack. Mitch Starc in the 2 previous overs went for runs too. But a wicket for the debutant, Harry Brook, going for a nothing shot, really has opened the door. And 2 quick wickets have now swung the game back in the favour of the Aussies. Fuller deliveries on the front foot again there, Kraus. He's not looking to get caught here. Should get 2. And he will get 2. Good running between the wickets. Braden Carr's getting 6 of that Mitch Starc over, which started off with a wicket. 31 overs gone. 167 for 7. With Jamie Smith on strike for the next over. We'll wait and see how he goes about his business. As we're looking at the wickets package here, and Mitch Starc, I told you about beating your opponent all ends up, and he's done that with every wicket. It's not that he's gotten any touch of fortune. I mean, when you square Joe Root on 0 like that, you just feel like it's going to be your day. Ollie Pope's dismissal was so disappointing. I mean, kind of trying to figure out what you're trying to do. You look at Pope, Stokes and Brook's dismissal. I mean, they're very loose ones. Brook's the most disappointing, especially when you consider the timing of it. Australia was struggling to find answers. They give their rookie the ball and he picks up a wicket of... And then soon after, new batsman comes in. Starc cleans him over. Look at Jamie Smith. He is going after Brendan Doggett, giving him the charge. First delivery. Might be just a single. And this is where you want to see Jamie Smith do the right thing here. Keep strike as much as possible. Yes, the opportunity for runs will not be turned down, but you want him to face 3 or 4 deliveries of the over at least. Yes, Cast can hold his own, but Jamie Smith, the way that he's been batting, knowing that England are 3 wickets away from a pretty much calamitous day 1. You have to hope for a score in excess of 300. That seems like a pipe dream now. Ooh, it's a short delivery dug in by Doggett. He's getting towards the 140 clicks. 139.8 kilometers from Brendan Doggett. On and off, I'm from Mumbai. Started the stream at 7:45 a.m. Had a few difficulties. Had to start post-lunch. Since then, it's been smooth. The stream has been smooth. We've seen runs start away. We've seen wickets too. It's been a perfect session post-lunch. Ooh, it's caught him on the helmet there. Oof, that is a delivery that Bryden Cars had no clue about. He was expecting the short delivery. Doesn't get his bat anywhere near it. Looks to duck. Cracks him right on the grill. He's got a wry smile on his face, which indicates that he is okay, but that is one that just rings the doorbell in your head. Coming with pace. Greetings from Ahmedabad, on and off. Well, now with the score for England in 168 for 7, if they can get in a score in excess of 250, they'll feel that they've done very well. Oof, I don't know why they're showing so many replays of it. That is one that really does ring the bell, but he's okay. But as a bowler, you do like that sight when you do have the batsman rattle like that. And Brandon Doggett has bowled very well post-lunch. He went for a few runs, but 6.5 overs, 1 for 27 is an excellent stat line on debut. The Jofra Archers kitted up and ready to go next. He would have been hoping not to bowl today. Definitely not bat as early as the second session. Brendan Doggett now for 27. Looking at Cast. Oh, he climbs up on him. Cast looking to hit that up and over. Misses the bat completely. It's the Aussies now who are on top. Looking to put the pressure. Braden Cast still feeling the effects after being cracked in the helmet. It's good attacking bowling though. There it's a very good length. So uncomfortable for the batsman. You have to try and get on top of it to cut it, but that is a very difficult skill, especially with the pace and bounce. Again, consistent pace here from Doggett. Oh, he's gone for the big shot there from Cast, but it's straight into the hands of Marnus Labuschagne. What are you thinking there, Brydon Cast? He's gone after Doggett, and the debutant has 2 wickets. England crumbling. There was absolutely no need for that. He was rattled. He goes for the big shot. Marnus Labuschagne positioned at fine leg. It's a comfortable grab for him. Again, I told you about Jamie Smith having to farm the strike as much as possible. They got a single in the very first delivery, and it seems like an innocuous thing. You need to, rotate the strike and give it. You can't do that. Not so early in the over. You know that you're looking at the best touch. Take as much of the strike as possible, especially with the debutant. Maybe get a couple of boundaries in the over. Instead, you take a single of the first delivery. It is very irresponsible, and Cast plays an irresponsible shot. Look at that. That is a clear pattern. One thing leads to another. This is sport in a nutshell. When you make a decision, it has a compounding effect. Now that decision by Jamie Smith to take a single of the first delivery is what I question. It might seem negative that you're turning down runs. It isn't. It really isn't. I mean, that one run means nothing in the context of things. You want to settle in. You want to play as much of the strike as possible. And now Doggett once again digs that shot. You can understand why the England experts, the old-timers like Bumble and Jeff Boycott, Michael Vaughan, and Kevin Peterson even have such a problem with this approach. You talk about being positive, and absolutely, but this is just game IQ. You can be as entertaining as you want, but Doggett to Cast, he just went with the same game plan. He bowled 4 deliveries, shot, and he rattled him a couple of times, and the 4th occasion, it's really a nothing shot. And England have not displayed the best IQs. Jofra Archer was hoping to get more than 32 overs before he got himself out there in the middle. England have collapsed here on day 1 in the first test here in the Ashes. This is without Pat Cummins, mind you. Aussie batsman Usman Khawaja might be already warming up here. It's like my time is very soon here. Starc has got 5, and they've got the tail end now exposed. Jamie Smith has to go for Brook here. He's running out of partners. And he does. He pulls away. That is a good shot there from Smith. It's a boundary to begin with. But you talked about him having to go, and he has to go here. Positive shot there from Jamie Smith. This is exactly what England need. They need boundaries here. The singles aren't going to do it. Smith knows that he's got 2 partners now, one of which is Jofra Archer, not known for his batting. Smith played so well with Harry Brook in that little partnership, but now he just has to take all of the strike and give Jofra Archer just the odd single. This is where you're going to test Jamie Smith's game IQ and how much he wants it. How much can he shoulder the load? He has to bat throughout. If they get him, fair play, but they have to go through him. He gives himself room, my goodness me. We talked about IQ, and positive intent and IQ are 2 different things there. Again, exposing his stumps, looking to heave Mitchell Starc in the very next delivery after getting a boundary. Here goes Starc. Full delivery. Right back towards the bowler. Again, Starc continues his streak of bowling at 140 clicks. Fast bowler's dream, isn't it? And you've got someone who can really bowl with that kind of pace, that consistently. Shot! Oh, that's brilliant from Smith, but it's straight into the hands of deep mid-wicket. Jamie Smith has not lasted the course. He went after Starc far too much after getting a boundary in the first delivery. Smith goes. England's collapse all but complete here. Well, the long boundaries mean that you have to time them to perfection. It's not to deep mid-wicket, it's straight to deep square leg where Cam Green in his 6'7" frame with bucket hands awaits. It's a simple catch. Starc has 6 of the 9. England 172 for 9 and they're all but wrapped up now with the 2 tail-enders. Now looking to hold the resistance. Starc looking for 7 now. Look, there's a lot to admire about baseball, the way that they play with positive intent, but these kind of collapses are far too often. They happen pretty much every test match. They've been relying heavily on Joe Root and Harry Brook to deliver the runs because nobody else has been doing it consistently. Yes, Ben Duckett is an outstanding player and he gets consistent runs at the top of the order. Zach Crawley is a hit or miss at best. Ollie Pope again, hit or miss. England's batting has let them down big time. Well, Jofra Archer and Mark Wood, who will be blowing smoke very soon by the looks of it with the ball in hand, now have to resist and try and score a few runs. It looks like England will be packed up and a score under 200. Mitchell Starc to Mark Wood. Starc has got 6, looking for his 7th. Expect this to be full and straight. He gives himself some room. Top edge should be the keepers. Makes no mistake. Back-to-back wickets to end the innings. Mitchell Starc has 7 on day 1. England all out for 172. A terrible session after lunch. It looks so promising after Harry Brook and Jamie Smith gave them a chance, but my word, the collapse after that has been shocking. They do not bat 33 overs. England have been taken apart. Mitchell Starc, this shot from Mark Wood just meant that he had no interest in providing any sort of resistance. He's all about getting the ball in hand. Starc, 7 for 58. England, 172 all out. Shocking. Starc leads the charge as the 2 openers for Australia will be coming out very soon. I mean, talk about ebbs and flow in Test cricket. It started the first 5 or 6 overs were all about England and how well Harry Brook and Jamie Smith were taking them on. But my goodness me, the collapse ever since has been just shocking. 172 all out England. I mean, where do you even go from there? Look at the batting card. Crawley out for a duck, Duckett 21, Pope 46, Root duck, Brook 52, Stokes 6, Jamie Smith 33, and the tail end, absolute car crash. Atkinson 1, Carr 6, Archer 0, Wood duck. 172 for 5. Look at the Aussie bowling card. One man and one man stands tall. Mitch Starc, aged 35, 12.5 overs, 4 maidens, 7 for 58. And that stat, that 58 run stat, has only been muddied because Australia were taken apart a couple of overs after lunch. But other than that, it's been all about the Aussies, man. Well, we're back underway for the start of the second innings. We've had 32 overs in day one so far, and the Aussie openers are out there in the middle already. Jake Weatherall, on debut, would have hoped that this would have taken a bit longer.
Well, we're back underway for the start.
31 years of age, making his Test debut at the Ashes. It's a special moment for him. Just shows you that you never give up on your dreams. You keep going. There might be a spot open for you, and it has for Jake Weatherall. England's shocking collapse after lunch. They started off so well in the first 5 or 6 overs, and there are very few more perfect sights in world cricket than Jofra Archer with the new ball in hand. Again, he would have been hoping that this innings for him started a bit later than it had, but it starts right here, right now. We're still in the post-lunch session. Jofra Archer with the new ball in hand, going after the rookie here. Jake Weatherall has faced a lot of deliveries in first-class cricket. This is a different beast. This is Jofra Archer for the first ball. Oh, it's a peach to begin with. A bit of late movement away from the left-hander. The pace of Jofra Archer will be cranked up. That is a perfect line. The length is even better. Look at this. Jake Weatherall just hoping it wasn't full and straight first up, and it nearly took his outside edge first ball. That's the difference in international cricket, going up against one of the premium fast bowlers in Jofra Archer. Full delivery, he's cracked him on the pads. The umpire is unmoved. Jake Weatherall is getting a baptism by fire. Whoo! He is knocked onto his knees. They're having a long look here. Ben Stokes is not going to waste any more time. He goes for the review. Jake Weatherall, talk about 2 nasty deliveries to begin your Test career. Jofra Archer, 140 clicks right into the pads. It was completely waved away by the umpire. Jake Weatherall's heart will be beating out of his chest here. Are we going to see the 11th wicket of the day already? We've barely played 33 overs. It might be drifting down leg stump here. Umpire's call will bail him out. But it's hit with real force and quickness. And how quickly has that moved towards leg stump? We'll have a look. Ooh, he might be gone. He is absolutely gone. Jofra Archer delivers. The debutant lost all of 2 deliveries. Australia lose their first wicket in the very first over. Jofra Archer, unbelievable stuff. Jake Weatherall waiting 31 years to make his Australia debut. He has to go for a duck. Nightmare start for the Aussies. What a test match this has been. 11 wickets have fallen in 33 overs. This is out of control. The pace is such an X factor here. We saw that with Mitch Starc, and now we're seeing this with Jofra Archer. Well, Archer was convinced. He knew as soon as the batsman hit the deck that he was gone. Oof, the umpire just turned it down. It's the pace of the delivery, and that's why it straightened as quickly as it does. It struck right between middle and leg. Jofra Archer devastating. And look at this. It's Steve Smith, the captain, coming in at number 3. This is a different change of pace here from Australia. We are so accustomed seeing Steve Smith coming in at number 4. Nearly 10,500 runs in 120 matches for the elite batsman that is Steve Smith, at an average of 56, 43 50s and 36 hundreds for the Aussie legend. Taking a lot of stick as he heads out to bat here with Jofra Archer breathing smoke. Here he is to the skipper. Oh, it's a wide delivery. It's a good take there from Jamie Smith, though. Jofra Archer pretty much letting Steve Smith off the hook there. Jake Weatherald, well, talk about a nightmare debut. The first delivery, he was beaten with pace and bounce. Very fortunate that it didn't clip outside off. And then the second delivery, that was full, it was straight. It brought him down to his knees. And DRS wasn't in his favor. Look at Steve Smith's stance here. It is so close to each other. This is a different Steve Smith. Oh, what a delivery that is. It's a ripper, a snorter from Jofra Archer. 145 Ks. Oh my goodness. That is perfect bowling. Look at this. It's pitched up. It has squared Steve Smith up. He has had no clue. Ben Stokes immediately almost consoles Jofra Archer. Started off with 139 clicks and then his pace has just gone up. This is brilliant bowling by Jofra Archer. And it's a watchful defense too. And what an unbelievable first over that has turned out to be. He's got the rookie in his very first over. Jofra Archer has not given a run away. Steve Smith just happy to hang about alongside Labuschagne. This pair generally we see when Australia are 2 down, whereas Labuschagne comes in at number 3 and Steve Smith at number 4, but there's been a considerable change. It's a full delivery. Smith has not looked his compact best in this first over. It's been all about Jofra Archer. Brilliant start for England after being under the pump, being dismissed for 172. They get a wicket of the very first over. Jofra Archer getting the business done. None for one after 1 over. Brilliant. Well, Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith will now have to try and navigate this very tricky spell. They've got pace, but they're not using Mark Wood yet. What a delivery that is. Atkinson, it just shapes in. Oh, it's such a risky leave. Atkinson bowling with pace. It's a bit of a scramble seam. It's been a nervy start for Australia. And they've got Mark Wood at first change. He's going to be coming in at 150 clicks himself. So you know that Australia will have no respite whatsoever. Oh, it's beaten the outside edge again. This is brilliant bowling. It's Atkinson instead. Wow, he is really steaming in with pace. Oh, it's just beaten the outside edge. He's gone fishing and he nearly takes the bait. Labuschagne has not looked comfortable out there in the middle. Here's Atkinson now. It's another safe leave. And they're making sure that they don't look to go too hard here. Smith and Labuschagne are known to drop anchor, so this will be a dog-it down period for Australia where they don't look to go after runs, because having dismissed England for 172, they have the luxury to really take their time for the rest of the day here and dig in for runs. But if England do manage to get a couple of wickets in the early stages, well, they're very much back into this contest here. Oh, beautiful. What a delivery that is from Atkinson. It shapes away from Labuschagne. And what an over this has turned out to be from Gus Atkinson. Again, it's not the full seam presentation, but the way that he gets the ball to shape away from the right-hander. Quality bowling. But pressure's on here. Atkinson has bowled a near flawless first over and he's right on the money to end the over. A maiden to begin there for Gus Atkinson. Australia yet to get off the mark after 2 overs. It's none for 1. Archer's back in the attack and his first delivery well wide. We talked about his pace, Jofra Archer, and that has been a troubling trait for most batsmen to try and combat. Archer's back in the attack and his first delivery well wide. Talked about his pace, Jofra Archer, and that has been a troubling trait. Here's Archer again. It's a safe leave there from Steve Smith. We talked about how dogged these two are going to be having to be for the rest of the day. It might be a bit negative cricket considering how England go about their business. But this is what Test match is all about here. But from an England point of view, if they can dismiss either one of Smith or Labuschagne early on, they could be in business heading into the rest of the day. Oh, Smith goes to swing way outside off stump. That is not good cricket there from Steve Smith again. Been far too lackadaisical in terms of his shot selection. Goes searching after it. That is a poor shot again from Steve Smith. Jofra Archer hasn't been at his best in terms of being accurate since his first over. He was very much on the money. In this over, he's been drifting down the leg side far too much. That's something that he'll want to eradicate as quickly as possible. Here goes Jofra, still yet to concede a run. Australia yet to open their account. We're heading into the end of the third over. Smith is none of 9 deliveries. Labuschagne none of 6. They have not yet gotten to grips with the pitch. Neither have they gotten to grips with Jofra Archer or Gus Atkinson so far. This is Archer looking to end his second over. England looking for 3 maidens on the trot here. Here goes Archer. Ooh, it's a good delivery. It's making Steve Smith so uncomfortable out there in the middle. Once again, that is another maiden over here. Australia yet to get going. None for 1 after 3. Well, Jake Weatherald had no chance with that Jofra Archer delivery, did he? He was beaten for pace. He had no idea where the ball was pitched, and by the time he reacted, it took far too long. disappointing start. Can you imagine? I mean, you wait all your time, try to be as much one of none. Labuschagne now on strike. It's a good delivery. Right on the money again. He's looking to target the stumps. He's been very much on the accurate side here, Gus Atkinson. Not as express as Jofra Archer, but that was a good delivery. Just cracked onto the pads. And from Marnus Labuschagne's point of view, a different role for him opening the innings, but a familiar partner with Steve Smith. Again, they're happy to leave here. They're trusting their instincts, not going after, because we saw Steve Smith chase after a couple of deliveries wide outside his off stump, and they were really shocking. I mean, you don't expect that kind of expansiveness, especially so early into their innings. It's almost like a knuckleball that Gus Atkinson is throwing here. He's not got it like fixed into his position. He's just held that a couple of inches out, and he gets that to just push through with a few revs on it. It's an interesting strategy here from Gus Atkinson. Again, Labuschagne so far has kept a close eye on his off stump. He's judging the movement well. It's almost tempting Gus Atkinson to bring one in with the in-swinger. Well, Weatherald went without troubling the scoring. Not the debut that he was hoping for. Labuschagne with 3.5 overs played. Australia still waiting for their first runs. As a beautiful delivery there from Atkinson. Leaves the right-hander with good shape. You can see what he's trying to do. You know that one of the in-swingers is bowled outswingers after outswingers time and time again. He's beaten Labuschagne on that occasion. This time, far too tempted to just prod that bat on that fifth stump length. Would have been a bit risky, but Atkinson seems to be following Jofra Archer here in terms of maidens. And that one, it's a much better solid defense there from Marnus Labuschagne. Atkinson now getting his pace in the 142.5 region. He's got that 145 in his locker. Atkinson to finish off here. Oh, it's a good delivery. Look at the carry on that. Jamie Smith had to just hop to collect. It's 4 overs gone. Australia still yet to trouble the scoreline here. None for one. Weatherald went in the first over. Since then, Australia have not made any moves in terms of getting the scoreboard ticking. This is excellent pressure being applied by the bowlers here. Jofra Archer is holding his length. And on the other side, you can see Gus Atkinson. What's up, Bozo? Madara. I mean, you didn't expect 11 wickets to fall on the first day. We've played, what, 36 overs in day one? Pre-lunch session was 23 overs. Really slow over rate from Australia. As Archer is back in the attack, digs that shot. Again, they're getting so much purchase off the surface here. Last two deliveries, the previous over of Atkinson and now the first of Archer, the amount of bounce he's generating is a real troublesome problem here for both the batsmen here. Smith and Labuschagne. Bro, I could do the ball by ball, but I'm the only one controlling it, and I'm very lazy to do it. I have to do it every single delivery. I'll try doing it though. Here's Smith. Good delivery. Watchful. Is it the first runs? No, it isn't. 147.7 from Jofra Archer. Is this a no ball? It would be a real shame. No, it isn't. He's very much okay there. They're showing his wrist snap, his release pace, his arm speed, his run up. They've got so many statistics in their graphics here, Cricket Australia. They really are taking it to the next level. Fair play to them. Well, Smith and Labuschagne have identical stats. They haven't gotten off the mark and they face 12 deliveries each. Again, watchful defense there from Steve Smith. And because England have scored so little, these two can just take their time. I know, bro. I know. Thanks for your viewership, though, Bozo. Enjoy. It's been great fun. It's been a lot of fun. That session after lunch, when it just started, you saw Stokes get out very quickly. He was cleaned up by Mitch Starc, who picked up 7 wickets. Mind you, age 35. That's absolutely crazy. Since then, the game really swung, and we have the first runs on the board. Well done. It took a long time. 25 deliveries, but we finally have the Australian runs on the board. Applauded sarcastically by the Barmy Army. 1 of 1 after 4.5 overs. Jofra Archer finally concedes a run. Aussies now trail by 171. Again, the collapse from England's batting is inexplicable, really. Cannot have so many batting collapses in a calendar year. Saw that happening against India too, where they do get off to a good start and then just lose their way out there in the middle. Labuschagne now looking to follow suit here, waiting for his first runs. Here's Archer. Oh, it's right on the body line. Good delivery from Archer. Real pace again. Nearly 147 clicks. Well, Marnus Labuschagne getting pretty much his final chance here in the test setup. Generally bats at number 3, now been pushed up to open the innings alongside Jake Weatherald, who lasted all of 2 deliveries against Jofra Archer. And Steve Smith getting a promotion up the order, now batting in at number 3. Just gives Australia a bit more depth with their batting. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. What a punch down the ground that is from Labuschagne. That is a stunning way to get off the mark. And the first boundary of the Aussie chase is a special one off the bat of Marnus Labuschagne. Full face of the blade, using the pace of Jofra Archer to his advantage. Quality shot. Well, we were waiting for the boundary and it finally arrives. Really had to wait a long time for it. Jofra Archer's over finally going for runs. That is a lovely punch down the ground there from Marnus Labuschagne, though he'll be feeling a whole lot better. On and off says, go Aussie, go. Interesting. Again, when Mark Wood gets that new ball, I think it would have been a different proposition here. They have to be on the offensive here, England. Atkinson, to his credit, hasn't conceded a run so far. Does not have Mark Wood pace, but bowls at 140 clicks. You can't ask for more. It's all about trying to unsettle Steve Smith, who's on strike. So watchful leave. Steve Smith's first innings average is 82.4. 5,274 runs with 25 centuries. It's a quite ludicrous stat that for Steve Smith with his first innings in Test match cricket. Again, different role for him. Facing the new ball pretty early. Labuschagne took his time but got that boundary, which really would have helped his cause. Trying to get on the front foot and navigate some of that bounce, but Atkinson digs it in short. It's another dot ball here. Again, from Aussie's point of view, they were not going to be rushed at any point. This is bonus hours, really. They would have been expected to maybe bat after tea, but not so early. But that's what happens when Mitch Starc breathes fire throughout the day. 7 wickets for the 35-year-old in the absence of Hazelwood and Pat Cummins. No problems as Starc carries the attack on his back. Here goes Atkinson. Again, they need to try and get Steve Smith on that leg side. You know that he has that awkward stance. He likes to flick those off the pads. Almost have to tempt him and pack that leg side field. Atkinson has very much bowled outside off to Steve Smith so far. Again, look at Steve Smith's stance. His feet are so close together. This is so curious. It's almost like he's adjusted. Oh, that ball really leapt up on him. Might have hit him on the forearm. That is a sore one for the Aussie stand-in skipper. Has to throw the bat away. Can't put any pressure on it. Good pace again there from Gus Atkinson. Again, the Steve Smith. Once he closes his stance, he opens it up wide. That one is a sore one. Just catches him below the elbow. No protection there. Had to face the full brunt of it, as Steve Smith will need some of the cold spray being applied. That would have really sent shockwaves through his body. Well, Atkinson has been extremely compact with his line. Hasn't given any width to Steve Smith. Almost forcing Steve Smith to play outside his box, be as expansive as possible. And Steve Smith will get a bit of medical attention, and rightfully so. It's a sore one to make sure that there is enough mobility there with the elbow as he looks to try and navigate those short deliveries. Jofra Archer will be looking at this from the sidelines, almost licking his lips and waiting to bowl at Steve Smith with pace and bounce again. This is when you're looking to try and unsettle the opponent, whatever means necessary, which is very much within the laws of the game. Use pace, use bounce, use the fear factor. Again, it's a completely different pace here from Atkinson in this over. Hasn't gone to really send them with pace. He's almost looked for accuracy. Steve Smith in his recent Ashes series, in 2015, 508 runs at an average of 56.44. In 2017-18 at an average of 137.4, 687 runs. I mean, that is wild. 1 for 5 here, as Atkinson seems to have landed the first blow. It is to the stand-in skipper, Kashishpal Kaldra. Welcome to the stream, brother. Says the commentary makes the game so much more fun. I appreciate it, my brother. I really do. Well, Steve Smith might get his gloves back on here. Painkiller necessary too, because at 137 clicks, and there's no protection below the elbow, when it does crash into it, it is so uncomfortable. He'll have to recalibrate and go again. Ben Stokes also will be itching to get his ball in his hands here. This is an excellent 4-pronged attack that England have with the fast bowlers. Jofra Archer, Gus Atkinson, Ben Stokes and Mark Wood. That is a very good 4-pronged attack here for England, and they'll need each and every one of them to step up. There's not enough on the board. Well, Steve Smith has faced 18 deliveries, all of one, as Labuschagne has gotten the only boundary of the innings so far. Atkinson has wounded Smith, and he goes again. He looks to pull, and he's so fortunate he doesn't glove it. Steve Smith clearly unsettled there. Goes for the pull immediately. Look, there is a leg slip there, so it doesn't make too much sense there from Smith. He's almost looking to hook that away. There's no fine leg. He's looking to get enough contact, but my goodness, that was very risky from Smith. He's played a couple of risky shots for no reward so far. To end the over, he's cracked him on the pads. The umpire unmoved. Ooh, Labuschagne caught at the other end. It could have been a run out. It's all happening there in the middle. Ben Stokes feels that it's a height issue. They won't challenge the decision. They'll get a single to end what has been a cracking end to the over. Gus Atkinson with the maiden hasn't conceded a run off his delivery, as that one was adjudged as leg byes. Oof. He's caught right in front. You can see Steve Smith immediately gesturing that was height, trying to put that in the mind of the umpire. That was a good call there, clearly missing middle stump. Good delivery again from Gus Atkinson. Well, we know that the first change is going to happen soon, and it happens right here, right now. This is an interesting move here because it brings Mark Wood and possibly Jofra Archer next up. They're going to be bowling fast. They're going to be bowling quick. This is going to be magnificent test cricket here. Mark Wood, who could not feature against India at his full capacity, now fit enough for this moment to start off the Ashes. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the speed gun here. Mark Wood, when he's fit and ready to go, he looks lean, he looks hungry. Here goes Mark Wood to Steve Smith. Pace immediately into the ribcage. It's played with soft as direct hit, and he was gone. They take a risky single. Marnus Labuschagne running at the danger end, nearly sacrificing his wicket. Whew. He had time here, Ollie Pope. If he hits, oh, he was gone. He was gone for all money. Ollie Pope knows what a massive opportunity that was. Good delivery there from Mark Wood, digging that into the ribcage. Steve Smith did very well to play that with soft hands. It's all happening here. It's all happening here. Here goes Mark Wood to Marnus Labuschagne. And that was dead straight there from Wood. 148 clicks for his second delivery. You just know that it's going to go up and up as the game goes on here for Mark Wood. Outstanding work this. I like the way that Ben Stokes has just shuffled his pack. Thought that maybe Mark Wood would have come on a touch sooner. He's done exactly the right thing. 3 overs for his frontline bowlers. Introduce Mark Wood from one end and get Jofra Archer at the other. Quick again, but drifting down the leg side. Does manage to get his bat on it. 148.8 clicks for Mark Wood. Well, the Barbie Army have had very little to cheer for. They've seen a flurry of wickets fall down on day one. It did not go according to plan. The first over was an absolute nightmare as Zach Crawley got dismissed by mid-Starc. It wasn't first ball. That was the end of the first over. England looking to be attacking here. They have to go after Australia with everything that they have. The first test really does set the pace and set the tone. Another quick delivery there from Mark Wood. 149.6. He does deliver, doesn't he? He's just warming up the shoulder. He's gone progressively quicker, and that ball is zipping off his shoulders. Whew. This is one of the most unpleasant sights as a batsman. He's not allowing you to get forward, so you're caught on the back foot, and the pace just sees it zip past your head. 2 deliveries left. This might be the 150 clicks delivery here for Mark Wood. Ooh, he attacks the top of off stump with lethal accuracy. 148.2 there from Mark Wood. I mean, looking at the speed gun here really is a side project for me when Mark Wood and Jofra Archer bowl. When they're fit and ready to go, you cannot have 2 worse bowlers to face. Wood is going to come with pace, heat, and going to look to attack here. I've had so many different kind of predictions as to how day one would have ended. This one would have not featured whatsoever. Again, safe leave there from Labuschagne. 148.8 clicks to end the over. What a fun Mark Wood over that was. Just the one run coming off it. 7 overs gone. 7 for 1. Well, Harry Brook played a quite sensational knock to bring up his 50, but did not last the course. Soon after losing his wicket to the debutant, it was a nothing shot, really. That was the most disappointing shot, or the dismissal, I would say, from an England point of view. Other than that, it has been all Mitch Starc, who was just creating wickets with his brilliant bowling. But once you saw Harry Brook go, it just felt like a downward trajectory since then. As Atkinson back in the attack, I think he has gone for his first runs, and it's taken well over 3 overs for that to happen. Well, Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne have played pretty much just over 40 balls between themselves. They've settled in nicely. They've pretty much navigated that new ball hooping around. They've got Mark Wood now with a different problem to solve. I was expecting Jofra Archer here, but they've decided to use a bit of caution. Instead, give Atkinson a decent spell here. Gus Atkinson with pace again, looks to target the off stump. Good delivery from him. And Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith will just knuckle down here. This is all about guiding Australia to safe waters. They've already lost the first wicket in the second delivery of their response. Now it's an opportunity to just steady the ship. The runs have not gotten away from England so far, but they'll know that they'll just want to break this partnership as quickly as possible, because if these two settle, it could be a very long day and probably another day for the England bowlers. And watchful defense there from Marnus. Marnus Labuschagne with the opening slot now. Different role for him, but still plays with that same solidity, not looking to change his approach. Very much batting in the same vein that got him so much success in the whites. So you can understand as to why he goes with this approach. He wants to take his time, settle in, and then make sure that he can get the runs. The on drive that he played was a thing of beauty. It's been the only boundary the Aussies have managed so far. And this is attacking. Might be a misfield there. It isn't. Atkinson just brings his length back a touch on that occasion. You know that Labuschagne wants to get on the front foot as much as possible to try and nudge those singles around. But it's Atkinson who's keeping him honest and keeping him pinned in his crease. They've got Root at first slip, Brook in second, Crawley in third, and Stokes as the leg slip. Very attacking field here. Oh, he's nearly squared him up. Labuschagne was beaten on that occasion. Not by the pace. Just misjudged the line on that occasion, but it's another very good delivery. Another very good over this from Gus Atkinson. He's giving very little away from his end. Just the one conceded. And he's almost on the verge of completing his fourth over. This time, much better seam presentation, and catches Labuschagne comfortably on the hip area. Well, Steve Smith has been struck just under the elbow. They have been looking to target that ribcage area too, and they're trying to dig it short. Here's Atkinson to finish up. Quick single taken to end the over. He will keep strike here, Marnus Labuschagne. 8 overs gone. It's 9 for 1. It's not that England have taken too much damage, but they would have seen that the two out there in the middle are starting to look a lot more comfortable. And it's time for Ben Stokes to maybe disrupt this partnership as quickly as possible, because talked about it before. Once these two settle, it could be a very long day for the England bowlers. I think the plan has to be to get Mark Wood and Jofra Archer to bowl at two ends here, as well as Atkinson has bowled. I think to get your two strike bowlers at this stage especially to try and break this partnership open. As I mentioned before, they've played well over 40 deliveries, so they are settled in, despite not really troubling the scoreboard. But Mark Wood, having bowled his first over with real pace, back in the attack. Good delivery, just keeps a touch low. Good delivery from him. Well, Mark Wood did not play at his full capacity against India. He was rested for most of the test matches. They wanted to keep him fit and firing for the Ashes, give him the best possible opportunity to start maybe 3 or 4 of the 5 tests. That would be an optimistic schedule because they have to even manage Jofra Archer too. So it is a tricky combination. When they do have both of them fit, it's a different perspective. It's a different ball game. Pace again, but well navigated. Again into the ribcage area, and Mark Wood for the first time clocks in over 150 clicks. 150.9 clicks from Mark Wood. Directed into the ribcage of Steve Smith. He played that very nicely with soft hands. Make sure that guides that away to safety. In a wide bowling action, almost opening his chest up to deliver as much pace as possible. Lost his balance. That was the effort delivery from Mark Wood. 151 clicks and now 150.9 clicks. Really is breathing fire here, Mark Wood, in his second over. Down the leg side. He's got that into the gap. Fine legs there to cut that out. Just a single. Continues his streak of bowling north of 150. Australia have been patient and they're getting their rewards here. 11 for 1. Labuschagne on 6 and Steve Smith for 4. See the steely determination in the eyes of Mark Wood as he bowls with rapid pace. It is a game changer, especially when the pitch offers you that touch of bounce. It's still fresh, only 40 overs old. Again, Mark Wood consistently over 150 Ks in the first 4 deliveries that he's bowled. 151.5 here from Mark Wood. Have to get Jofra Archer in the next over. He's bowled just the 3 overs. Maybe in small bursts, but should make sure that Jofra is still out there. He's picked up the only wicket so far. You don't want to keep him away from the action. Give him a couple of overs with Mark Wood at the other end. I think that's the best possible combination that England can go through to try and break open Steve Smith or Labuschagne. Very watchfully played as Mark Wood dips under 150 for the first time in the over. 148.7 from Mark Wood. Solid over again from him. The England bowlers have made sure that Australia don't go anywhere in terms of running away with this. But they're 162 away? And you still have Travis Head, Cam Green, all there in your locker. Will feel comfortable. Australia will have to make sure that they keep that wickets column to a minimum here. Wood to finish off his second over. Oh, it's a good delivery, nearly squaring up Labuschagne. It's a dot ball to end the over. 150 clicks to end that. Brilliant from Mark Wood. 9 overs gone. It's 11 for 1. Ooh, it's a no ball. Take 2 for the final delivery. Mark Wood getting another bite of the cherry here at Labuschagne. Yep, clearly overstepping. Again, it's those effort deliveries. You can see the stretch and the strain that's been put on his shin when he lands. I mean, fast bowlers really have to be built differently, especially their left leg, their landing leg. The amount of force only a fast bowler will understand. Here's Mark Wood with take 2 of his final delivery. Ooh, it's targeting the off stump. Watchfully played there by Labuschagne. 150 clicks again there from Mark Wood. Brilliant to end the over. 9 overs gone. It's 12 for 1. Well, surely now it's got to be Jofra Archer time. We'll wait and see whether or not Stokes is looking to be that aggressive. It was a very sad end for Weatherall's debut there. It's going to be a lasting image for him. He's not just gotten out in the second delivery of his debut, but it's the manner. He was knocked onto his knees by a quick Jofra Archer ball. It's a welcome to international cricket moment if I've ever seen one. Seen Prithvi Shaw when he toured Australia, when he could not deal against Paddy Cummins. He was getting him clean bowled every time. That's that welcome to the big leagues, the big time. It's Braden Carse back in the attack, and he nearly gets one to leap off Steve Smith. It's another change here. Again, very surprising that Jofra Archer gets only 3 overs in the first 10. Again, they're trying to be as cautious as possible. Maybe this is the way that they're going to try and manage the load of the fast bowlers instead of giving them probably a test or two of rest. Use them for shorter bursts. Braden Carse charging in here. Fuller delivery, cracks that through the covers. Beautiful looking shot there from Steve Smith. Doesn't have enough legs for the boundary, but should get 2, maybe even 3. They will comfortably get that. Good running between the wickets. An easy 3. Ticked over to the scoreboard. The 2 are looking quite comfortable now out there in the middle. As I said, it's all about that settling in phase for these two, Labuschagne and Steve Smith. And once they get settled and ready, could be difficult. And that's why that decision to maybe not give Jofra Archer one more over, try and attack at these two, might work against them. We'll wait and see. Stokes is yet to introduce himself too, so he's gone with Braden Carse instead. Good delivery, very well bowled. Again, love the length there from Braden Carse. Gets the ball, hits the deck with real purpose. Looking at a bowling 5 of Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, Gus Atkinson, Braden Carse and Ben Stokes. There was a lot of talk of whether or not they would look for a spinner. That decision might work in their favour because we didn't see Nathan Lyon whatsoever. It was all about Mitch Starc in the first innings. Ooh, Labuschagne sent back. Was quite puzzled as to why Steve Smith did not answer the call. And Carse has gone for 3 comfortable runs in this over so far. England in the post-lunch period were making sure they were getting a boundary early into the overs. They really, for the 4 or 5 overs after lunch, yes, Ben Stokes was dismissed fairly early, but when Jamie Smith and Harry Brook were out there batting, it was electrifying cricket, but it's a shame that it didn't last too long. Fuller delivery there by Carse. Well played there as Carse looks to crank up the pace. Well, final delivery of what has been an entertaining first 10 overs here in the second innings. Smith and Labuschagne have had to really knuckle down and make sure that they don't give their wicket away. Any means necessary, have to lock it down here. Here's Braden Carse charging in here. It's a wide delivery. It should be a comfortable leave. 3 runs off that Braden Carse first over. It's 10 overs gone. It's 15 for 1. And that will be tea. Tea has been signalled at the Perth Stadium here. It has been quite eventful. I mean, we saw 32 overs of England and they played 172 and got castled out courtesy of a Mitch Starc masterclass. And the wickets kept on coming here. Towards the end of that lunch session, the wickets poured and Jofra Archer in his very second delivery knocked off Jake Weatherald on debut. As Smith and Labuschagne have navigated that session comfortably. 15 for 1 Australia after 10 overs. As we head towards a quick tea break, half an hour, and we'll be back for what would be the final session. It's going to be so intriguing. Jofra Archer will have a bit of rest. Mark Wood has bowled a couple of overs. England, from their point of view, have to throw the kitchen sink at Australia. Just 1 wicket won't be enough here. I think that England's mindset should be that they have to go for 2 and 3 wickets at least to leave Australia in a perilous position heading into day 2, because if this pair of Smith and Labuschagne last tea, it could be Australia coasting day 1 here. As we look at the match summary, England 172 all out. Ollie Pope did try his best to steady the innings after Zach Crawley was dismissed in the first over. 46 of 58 for him. Brook 52 of 61, the top scorer. Doggett picked up 2 wickets on debut, picked up the all-important wicket of Harry Brook, but it was all about Mitch Starc, age 35, 7 for 58. Absolutely brilliant from him. It was a standout player. I mean, the way that he got the first 3 wickets was just typical vintage Mitch Starc. He got Zach Crawley out. He was nowhere near the pitch of the ball. He was looking to just punch, healthy edge to second slip. Ben Duckett got his delivery cracked into this patch, beaten by pace, took a review, did not work in his favour. That one was crashing into leg stump, and then the delivery to Joe Root. Wow, just perfect. I mean, Joe Root has been the best batsman in the world for a good part of 3 years now, but even he was helpless to Mitch Starc's magnificence. Squared him up, thick edge to slips, and that's when it was looking like England were in real trouble. They needed a counterattack innings. They needed Ben Stokes and Harry Brook after lunch to carry them forward. Ben Stokes gets cleaned up by Mitch Starc, and then we finally saw a small glimmer of hope for England. It was just a 5 or 6 over period, but it was the most exhilarating cricket that we saw, where Smith and Brook led the counter charge. The shot making was absolutely brilliant, but that pair did not last too long. Doggett on debut, picking up Harry Brook after a nothing shot from the vice captain after just completing his 50. And from there on, it was a proper collapse. Jamie Smith could not hit the tail. We saw Gus Atkinson being cleaned out early. Smith polished off the tail, picking up 7 wickets in what has been a bowler's paradise of a pitch here in Perth. Well, what must be going through the minds of Steve Smith and Labuschagne heading into the final session? It's going to be about preservation, that's for sure. But what about the run rate? I mean, 10 overs, 15, they were going at 1.5 an over. They probably want to pump that up, but as I mentioned before, it's that cushion knowing that they don't have too many runs to play against. They're, trailing by... Yeah, there's not much, so they can really afford to take their time. Even if they end the day, say, another 25 overs, if they're lucky, they might get today. If they can score at maybe 2 and over, 60 for 1, 70 for 1 could be a very good score. But if England can crack a couple open here, especially try and dismiss Smith and Labuschagne, they could be in for a difficult end to the game here. Well, Australia have Usman Khawaja, Travis Head, Cam Green, Alex Carey and Mitchell Starc in their locker later on. Again, very interesting that Khawaja has been playing in at number 4 instead. That's that change that they've made to the batting lineup with Labuschagne opening instead of Khawaja. Labuschagne generally at 3 with Smith now at 3 and now Khawaja at 4. Travis Head, of course, is the key wicket that England will be trying to target probably and hopefully get him out on the pitch today. But maybe that's a tomorrow's battle for the England bowlers. Travis Head might be a bridge too far to try for England to attack. They have to break this partnership soon after tea. Well, they were very patient, Smith and Labuschagne. They took 4.5 overs before they got their first runs on the board. Just shows you they were all about making sure that they were preserving their wickets, giving nothing away to the England bowlers, because they picked up the first wicket in the first over. If you get another one early on, the bowlers will be fired up. Next thing you know, you're facing the uphill battle. Instead, they've steadied the ship like the 2 experienced campaigner that they are. It's been a really fun test match. You've seen the pendulum swing. But Australia, after 2 sessions, will feel that they're very much on top. England's baseball hasn't worked. There's been a lot of chatter, hasn't it? When you listen to the old-timers, sometimes it's almost dismissed as that's just, nostalgia talk, but they do know what they're talking about, especially in this format. And yes, the game has moved forward. England do like to play at a more exhilarating clip, 4, 5, even 6 and over. That is probably unheard of the 6 and over thing before baseball, but that's the way Test cricket for them has gone forward. But it's all about getting the balance, and that is the tricky part. We saw some very low IQ cricket from England too. I think Jamie Smith taking a single of the first ball when you're 7 down is something that it's not baseball. It's just you just need to switch on here. You need to know that you're striking the ball well. You need to farm the strike as much as possible, protect your tail. But when you rotate the strike first ball and then you see 2 deliveries later, especially with Starc bowling, that is very reckless. But there were a few shots that I would say the England batsman could have avoided. Stokes' shot was very poor. I mean, he was nowhere near the pitch of the ball of Starc, just showing that his struggles with the bat continues. He's no longer Stokes the all-round. Yes, of course, he's Stokes the all-rounder because we know what he's capable of doing with the bat, but that's almost a thing in the past now. If Stokes gets maybe 50 or 60 runs, it is bonus for England. Stokes is all about what he does with the ball in hand, and that's the change of role. He's a bowling all-rounder more than a batting all-rounder when he first started. He doesn't get you runs consistently, but his presence is invaluable for England, especially when he has the ball in his hand, and I feel that he's going to have a real go. He did this against India too. I remember, was it the final where he bowled 15 overs or 10 or 15 overs on the trot? It was a superhuman effort. I mean, but it's the way that he wanted to attack. He kept Jofra Archer at one hand, he bowled at the other end, and he was relentless. He rotated everyone at the other end. He kept himself on, and he just bowled his heart out, and he got the rewards. I mean, it was as much of a captain's performance as you'll ever see from him. I mean, and probably expect him to get the ball in hand. England have already used 4 fast bowlers in the 15 overs, so it's going to be interesting whether or not they use the 5th. I would be very interested to see. It has, I think after tea, from England's point of view, it has to be Jofra Archer, Mark Wood, or Mark Wood, Stokes, or Stokes and Jofra Archer. These three have to get involved in this last session. They have to go at Australia. If, like I said, even if Australia finished 30 for 1 after tea at Stumps, they will not care. They were like, job done. We have cut down the lead to about 140. We'll take that heading into tomorrow. We'll tackle it from there. And that's where the next wicket is so crucial. Usman Khwaja hasn't been at the best nick either. So if they get one, there's every chance that they could be a compounding effect. They could be back-to-back wickets. So this is where it can get very tricky. And this is where attacking mindset comes into play. It's been a really, really fun day 1 here at the Ashes. That's exactly why I was streaming, because I know that when these two are out there in the middle, they do serve up some classics, especially away from home. England, knowing that baseball has been almost ridiculed by the Aussies. They have no time or patience for it. And they have very much had the first laugh so far in day 1. In post-tea session, Smith and Labuschagne, I think they're going to knuckle down even further. I think they're going to double down and almost bring down the run rate even further. Just make sure that they survive the early onslaught soon after tea. Stokes, I'm sure, will be going through his warm-up, stretch his shoulder out. Mark with Jofra Archer's bowl just the 3 overs, so he'll be fresh too. So yeah, Stokes and Smith and Labuschagne rather, they'll know exactly what they're up against. So tea time for them, they'll be laser focused. Make sure that their concentration levels do not dip. They'll have to go again. No, a lengthy break does undo all the concentration that was applied in the first 10 overs. They'll have to start again. They'll have to build their innings again. This time maybe be a touch more on the offensive in terms of getting those singles. I'm not mistaken, just been the one boundary in the Aussie innings so far. The straight drive from Marnus Labuschagne was really a thing of beauty. We saw a couple from Harry Brook and a few from Jamie Smith in the first innings. Those were absolutely ridiculous. I think the shot of the match has to be so far was Harry Brook going after Scotty Boland. second delivery, soon after lunch, gives him the charge and hits him over extra cover for a 6. That takes real cojones to do it soon after lunch. Not looking for the bowler to settle whatsoever. Scotty Boland had a different role today. It's been a lot of different roles for a lot of different Aussies today. Scotty Boland bowling with the new ball for the first time. Generally bowls first change or second, but this time he got the new ball alongside Mitch Starc, but he had no joy whatsoever. It was Mitch Starc at one end doing all the damage as Steve Smith was searching for answers at the other. Well, England are trying to wrestle the Ashes away from the Aussies. It's been since the 2017-2018 series. That has been a long time for England to try and get their hands back on the urn. Aussies have kept it. They've kept it safe. It's time for England for one more loot, one more heist. It's not going to be easy. Australia are going to keep a tight wrestle on it. This is one series that they really do get up for. If they win the first test match without Pat Cummins, without Josh Hazlewood as well, that is another huge shout out that you have to give. Josh Hazlewood against India is every Indian batsman's nightmare. Indian batsman, Indian fan, everyone. So just imagine if they win the first test without Hazlewood and Pat Cummins, the amount of confidence they will be heading into the next test will be absolutely through the roof. Mitch Starc continues to bowl at a very interesting... you look at all the fast bowlers in the past, right? Real, tall, strapping fast bowlers who've got that 6'4" frame, bowl fast. And how many of them break down so quickly? They have to be... they have to be load managed. They cannot play back-to-back tests. They don't play back-to-back series. But Mitch Starc, be it home, away, bouncy pitch, flat track, he's out there. He bowls at his regular 140. He is so devastating. He really is a medical anomaly almost. In terms of the wear and tear a fast bowler goes through. Just have to marvel at the way that he takes care of his body, the conditioning, the fitness, the diet, the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes to prepare you for the big moments, to keep you fit. As they say, the best ability is availability, and Mitch Starc is always available. Hi Sangma, nice to see you on the crib. अकेला अरे और कोई है नहीं मेरे साथ तो मुझे ही करना पड़ेगा. Thanks though. We'll enjoy after tea. It's just the break now. Australia looking for some sort of a move on here in their second innings. Scotty Boland as first change was interesting. Cam Green picked up that quick wicket of Ollie Pope, who was just starting to settle in. He scored 46. Can Ollie Pope, Zach Crawley, these are two big decisions that England have to make. Zach Crawley really struggling for runs. Ollie Pope, he won't be dropped because he's one of the elder statesmen, the senior pro in their side, but he is as good as he is in the first test. His batting does go downhill as the series wears on, so that is one problem that England will have to try, but they do have enough batting depth, but they have to use a lot more common sense, especially in these conditions. They can't go after the Aussies with such carelessness. I do have to spare a thought for Jake Weatherall. Age 31, you make your debut after grinding in the first class scenes, in the Shield games, playing a lot of thankless cricket, and you finally get the call up. No Sam Consters, so you get the chance, and you face Jofra Archer. Talk about probably some of the worst bowlers to face on debut. You want to put Jofra Archer right up there. The first delivery was a snorter. It left his Probably his vision with real quickness. He was so fortunate to get his bat away from it, and the second delivery dropped him down to his knees. The pace to crack him onto the pads. I think he took a review as well, didn't he? Yeah. It was really unfortunate that he challenged the review, didn't go his way. Nightmare debut for him. He'll get another opportunity to try and make amends, but he'll be desperate to get runs. Just get his first runs in Test match cricket. Talk about ducks. I mean, Zach Crawley was dismissed for a duck. Joe Root does not go for zero very often. He looked very, very uncomfortable, and the Aussies were bowling, and Mitch Starc in particular had his number. From Australia's point of view, they can afford to maybe lose one more wicket. If they survive, pole position, and I would say taking all 3 sessions. Trading Machine says sometimes it's just about the nerves, and his head was falling too against the ball. That is true. I can't really disagree with that. It's the nerves, man. Definitely. The first test, Ashes, full stadium. I mean, it really is special playing cricket in England and Australia. They come out to packed crowds. Everybody is up for it. You know that the bowlers are definitely going to be up for it. Bowling with absolute heat. And you're the last person that you want to see steaming in is Jofra Archer. I mean, that's called the baptism by fire. That's when you learn quickly about the perils of international cricket. You're welcome to Test match. Will Smith and Labuschagne, after their short tea break, are out back in the middle. And this is where I want to see England's strategy. This is where the tactics will have to take over. Smith has faced 26 deliveries and Labuschagne 33. And they have 13 runs between the pair. So the runs have not been an issue for England, but Labuschagne and Smith settling in is going to be a slight concern for them. Jofra Archer, just bowling 3 of the 10 overs, doesn't have the ball in hand by the looks of it. I would be very, very surprised if it isn't tossed to him. And yep. Ben Stokes is not looking to go against the grain here, giving his ace bowler the ball first up after tea. Trading Machine says if Australia survive 10 plus over without losing a wicket, it'll be a 350 plus score from Australia. Yeah, absolutely. If they navigate the tea session, Australia are going to be well on top tomorrow. And Travis Head is still there in the locker. Just kept nicely there for Australia later on. So yeah, this is a crucial session coming up. It not just might give you the impression of how this first test might pan out, but it could have an effect on how the Ashes pans out in its totality. Archer with 3 overs. Just the 5 runs conceded. A wicket of Jake Weatherald. In classic Jofra Archer pace fashion, as we're all set for the first delivery after tea. It's Jofra Archer to Steve Smith. Here goes Archer. Ooh, brilliant delivery. It climbs up on Steve Smith. It's 137 Ks, nowhere near Archer's quickest, but troubling Steve Smith. That time, catching him on the glove. Well, he's been struck once before. This time, it's again caught him on that area. He's got wrapping around it because he's been struck in that very same region before. Just below the elbow. They really are softening up Steve Smith with some painful blows. He is very fortunate that wasn't a 150k Jofra Archer delivery. Still a painful one. Short delivery digs that into the rib cage. Good attacking cricket here from Jofra Archer, just warming up the shoulder. 139.7 on that occasion from Archer. Steve Smith feeling the effects, and rightfully so. He's getting very little mobility from that forehand to the elbow. First one was struck by Atkinson right on the elbow, and this second time by Jofra Archer. They really are painful ones. You gets struck on the glove. He's getting knocked around. Steve Smith. His resilience will be tested. His pain threshold too. It's not his elbow, but it's his finger. Look at that. They really are softening up that backhand of his left arm. It's taken a beating there. The index finger might have a bit of swelling. The elbow definitely has a bit of swelling. It's the one that catches him on the glove, the painful one. You can see Steve Smith yelping in pain. There's very little protection there, so it does crack you on the fingers. Could very easily break. This is one approach there from England. Soften up Steve Smith. You can fully expect a few more deliveries with real heat. They've got Archer and they've got Mark Wood waiting in his wings. You can see what Ben Stokes is trying to do there. Keep one express bowler at one end. He hasn't used Wood and Archer together so far. Is this the period where he goes for it? And Mark Wood is fielding at mid-on. Might indicate that he might be ready here. Wait and see. As Jofra Archer has a wounded Steve Smith in front of him. 3 slips and a gully in place. Watchful defense there from Steve Smith. Jofra Archer making sure that he gives nothing away. Climbs over 140 clicks for the first time post-tee. And just warming up the shoulder. Making sure that he's ready to really unleash here. Ben Stokes keeping a close eye on proceedings. His tactical brain will be running continuously throughout the tea time here. He knows it's an important session. Very, very important session coming up here. The Aussies have been nothing if not patient. Again, Archer very much on target. Steve Smith in no hurry here to get the runs. It's all about surviving. There is a bit of a danger there in the tactic. If you do lose wickets, the pressure really does crank up on your number 4 and number 5 to get a move on. You know, Travis Head is going to bat at a strike rate of over 100. No worries about that. That's pretty much why Australia are finding that they have the luxury of going at that run rate as they are right now. So watchful defense again. Jofra Archer is not really looking to bounce out Steve Smith. He's been keeping it accurate. He's been targeting the stumps. Joe Root will be very disappointed that his start to the Ashes, amongst all the excitement and the expectation of the best test batsman coming out in the middle and getting out for a duck. And says Archer to end the over. It's a short delivery and it's well ducked there by Steve Smith. It's a maiden over to begin the first over after tea. 15 for 1 after 11. Trading Machine says when the ball is hitting the pitch on the seam, it's not seaming. And on the other hand, the wobble seam deliveries are seaming from the pitch. You saw that. I saw that from Atkinson and even Braden Carse on a couple of occasions where they went for that cross seam or scramble seam if you like it. The wobble seam does come into play here and they get that movement off the pitch. They've identified that early on. They're looking to try and use it. You know that Jofra Archer is just going to hold seam up. He's not going to look to change. But that's a good observation there, Trading Machine, that the wobble seam, it's a good tactic. Bryden Carse bowling his second over. Fuller delivery, cracking shot through the covers. Well, the invitation was far too lovely for Labuschagne to turn down. Doesn't have the legs to reach the boundary. That's a confident looking shot, full outside off stump. That's enough of an invitation for Labuschagne to get 3 on the board. First runs after tea. Not the kind of delivery you want from Bryden Carse, just letting them off the hook. Again, I'm a bit disappointed with Ben Stokes here. He is looking to protect his bowlers. I completely understand that. But knowing that how crucial a breakthrough here, not to knock down Brydon Cast, he's very much a capable bowler. We saw that when he played against India in the Anderson Tendulkar Trophy. But when you have Mark Wood, you just want both of them to go at both ends. Give the Aussies absolutely no change. Instead, he's holding off. Wait and see when that pair may take over. And whether or not Ben Stokes throws himself the ball at some point here. The ball is still relatively new, just almost 11 and a half overs. Brydon Cast getting the nod over Mark Wood and Gus Atkinson. Oh, it's a beauty there. Has he gotten a nick? The umpire unmoved. The England players celebrate, but that celebration has been cut short. Well, it's all about the wicket keeper. He immediately celebrated. He felt that there was a nick there. Are they going to take a review? I don't think Stokes is. He turns away and walks. With Steve Smith there, you might have been tempted. This is a beautiful delivery there. Shapes away. That is a cracking decision there to not review because it clips the top of the pad. It has missed the bat. Ooh, from this angle, I think they should just show Snicko. Yeah, they show Snicko. Nothing off the bat. Whew, that was very close. Very, very close. You can see Steve Smith was just waiting to review in case it was given out. Ooh, that ball just climbing on top of him. Does look very uncomfortable out there in the middle there, Steve Smith. Does get the single. Labuschagne, on the other hand, despite him taking his time, has been the more positive of the pair. But nothing to separate them in terms of score and their stats. Smith 8 of 35, Labuschagne 9 of 34. He's on strike now. 2 deliveries to go in this Brydon Cast over. Aussies trained by 153. Still very much in pole position after just losing the 1 wicket. Oh my goodness me, it's take 2. Surely this time it doesn't get the edge, but this time it's Labuschagne who's beaten. Stokes is just desperate. He just wants someone to say that he heard a noise. He gets the call. They are going to challenge the decision. Well, Steve Smith survived. Labuschagne just nods his head, saying that he didn't clip this one. He looks pretty comfortable out there in the middle. That is a good delivery again from Brydon Cast. Might be the wobble seam again. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that's clear. They should just get on to Snicko here immediately. Just wasting time. It looks close. Of course it looks close. Oh, that is so close. There is the slightest of movements here on Snicko. My goodness. Is that enough? I mean, there is a spike. It is not a flat line. This is so close. It has caught the fragments of his edge here. Oh, this would be such a harsh way to go. There is slight movement of Snicko here. Look at this. There is disturbance. Is that enough? Oh, he survives. Benefit of doubt to the batsman. There is a movement. It's not a flat line. And I think the Barmy Army have every right to be up in arms here. Well, the umpire signaling that maybe that's not enough of a disturbance on Snicko. Well, you're either edged it or you haven't. There is a movement, you know. It is not a flat line, mate. Whoa. That is a tough call. And it has gone in favour of the Aussies. Watchful leave there by Labuschagne to end the over. They have gotten away with that one by such a close margin. 12 overs gone. It's 19 for 1. What do you think, Chad? That is very close. Maybe not enough of a spike, but there was movement on Snicko. And that's all that you need. It's black or white. There's no, grey area. You've either nicked it or you haven't. And from DRS's point of view, that was not enough of a nick. Strange. Stranger things have happened. We're back underway. Jofra Archer's first delivery, and Steve Smith with the most curious of shots. What is he doing there? It is so unlike Steve Smith. He's got his front foot out and he's playing so wide outside his body. He's done this before. Great presentation of the seam, and that is almost comical from Steve Smith. A man of his talent, his ability, his class, playing a shot that looks, there's no other way to say it, so ugly on the eye. He's so fortunate he didn't get anything on it. Nicely played. He's again trying to target that elbow. No, Steve Smith has got further wrapping. You can see his taping on was just below his elbow. Now it's gone well above. He's looking to get as much cover as possible. Jofra Archer not bowling at 150 clicks, but consistently in the mid 140s. Aussie still trailed by 153. England have kept Australians on a leash here. I mentioned before, just after tea, that the Aussies might just double down in terms of knuckling down and make sure that there's no pressure on the run rate. Oh, there's a chance! And the fielder was positioned right there for a sharp opportunity. It's a short delivery. Short leg presented there. Does this carry? Does this have any chance? Good delivery. The plan nearly delivers. It's nowhere near him. And he just takes a few steps back here, short leg. Knows that Archer is looking to dig this in with pace. Archer again. Ooh, that is a risky leave there from Labuschagne. Look at Jofra Archer's face. He cannot believe that Labuschagne is still out there in the middle. Well, it's a good thing that he had judged the swing on it, because you let that ball go, you don't offer a shot. If it cracks your pads, you're in trouble. If there's got a bit more movement, you're losing your off stump. Whew. Talk about a trusted leave. Labuschagne getting that spot on, but just about. Again, a packed leg side field here for Labuschagne. Expect that with Steve Smith. Digs that shot. Labuschagne ducks for cover. Archer with that effort delivery. It looks effortless, but 147.3 with real bounce. Archer looking to crank it up here. He's just conceded 6 runs as he looks to complete his 5th over. Well, we've just seen 55 overs of action so far. In the first day of the first test, so much has happened. We've not seen 200 runs yet, but we have seen 11 wickets. Safe leave there by Labuschagne to end the over. 13 gone. It's 20 for 1. How often do you see that? Not having 200 on the board, but 11 wickets. What has been a bowler-friendly pitch by the looks of it. I'll say that it isn't like the old WACA where the bounce is the biggest challenge. Haven't seen the batsman facing bounce issues. It's been the movement, especially when that wobble seam has come into play. It's a bright and sunny day here in Perth. Great to see a full capacity crowd. About 45,000. the new Optus Stadium. It's not new anymore. Good shot there from Steve Smith. Width on offer through the point region. The timing is good. The ball has enough legs for the boundary. Steve Smith, I think that's his first boundary, and it's taken him 39 deliveries to deliver it. Width on offer. He's not going to waste that opportunity, as most of the deliveries have been fired very much towards his body. Braden Carse, once again, letting the batsman off the hook. His first delivery of his previous over was full and wide, which Marnus Labuschagne punched through the covers for a boundary. But Steve Smith on that occasion had the time to place that nicely for a boundary. Again, these are valuable runs from an Australian point of view. Just the 9 runs so far post-tee. Jofra Archer is very much locked down his end. Braden Carse on the other is someone that Smith and Labuschagne are just looking to target. Well, the shade has not eclipsed the ground yet. It's just the sunlight on the pitch. It really is a perfect situation here as he goes for the hook shot. Perfectly placed. And it's back-to-back boundaries in the over for Steve Smith. Takes a bit of a risky approach, but gets the maximum reward. Braden Carse has completely let the batsman off the hook here. We talked about the tactics. I think Ben Stokes has got this wrong. Using his 4th bowler so early on after tee. As you've seen Labuschagne and Smith settle in, it has not worked. He has gone for runs and back-to-back boundaries in this over already in the 3 deliveries. Smith on 17 now. That's a nice wise leave there by Steve Smith. He's taking care of business in this over. There's going to be no pressure of runs whatsoever now. You can look to just be watchful, nudge this around, maybe get a single or 2. Australia's now trailing by 144 now. 28 for 1 is exactly where they want to see themselves here. 2 deliveries left of the Braden Carse over. It's gone for 8 already. Far too expensive in the context of the match. Oh, Smith goes for the punch and nearly gets an edge. He's been living on the edge very dangerously on a few occasions. Braden Carse will feel that yes, he's gone for runs, but he has created a few chances too. Good delivery again. Excellent length. Don't know where to get on the front foot or the back. Caught in 2 minds. Just looking to try and just punch or get any sort of bat on it. Final delivery of the Carse over. Fuller delivery, punch down the ground. Straight back to the bowler. 8 runs of the Braden Carse over. 14 overs gone. It's 28 for 1. Australia now going at 2 and over. They have picked it up from the 1.5 and over they were going before tea time. This is where Ben Stokes has to earn his money. This is where he has to take responsibility. He has to get his bowling change spot on here. Well, 28 for 1 into the 15th over. Jofra Archer back into the attack. Bowling his 6th over. Going in under 1. He's bowled with pace. He's bowled with intensity. He's got the only wicket so far. But Smith and Labuschagne have not really looked to go after Jofra Archer at any point of the innings. They are exercising caution to the max. They're just making sure that They put a premium on their wicket. Don't give it away. Take this towards Stumps. Oh, he's bowled in! Jofra Archer! Labuschagne with a bit of doubt in his mind. He was looking to leave. It cracks him on the glove. Ricochets onto the stumps. Jofra Archer strikes again. Oh, he just bowls with so much heat, so much pace. It doesn't hit the glove. It does come out the inside edge. Labuschagne, having hustled and grinded and knuckled down to try and get away from Archer, does not have the good fortune. Faced 41 deliveries for his 9 runs. Australia now 28 for 2. It's game on. It is absolutely game on now. The game breaker, Jofra Archer, he is just special. In full flow, in full flight, he is tremendous. 12 wickets on the day 1 track here in Perth. It's just brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Jofra Archer picked up Weatherald, and now Labuschagne, the 2 openers, have been dismissed by the star bowler. Now, this is where Ben Stokes has to sniff blood. He has to smell it, and he has to go for the kill here. Usman Khawaja, out there in the middle now, shifted to number 4. A change for the opener. Can he revitalize probably his last stage representing Australia? He's 38 now? Has played quite a lot of test match cricket, 85 matches under his belt. But when an opener gets dropped down to number 4, you very seldom see that, so it is an interesting tactic. We'll wait and see whether or not he's prepared for the challenge of Jofra Archer. Here he goes. Oh, what a ball that is! Nearly gets the outside edge. Jofra Archer just slumps his head down. He knows that he's picked up 2, but he could have very easily have a few more. The way that he's been bowling. Nice presentation of the seam. Usman Khawaja is just caught in his crease. That keeps a touch lower, and it's on target. Could have been castled. Could have very easily been castled. Jofra Archer breathing fire here. He's got his tail up. Short delivery, pulled away nicely. It's a confident shot there by Usman Khawaja to get off the mark. Just get a single and does the right thing. Just get off strike and let Steve Smith deal with it. Well, Australia's hopes of heading into stumps, just 1 down, has been shattered there courtesy of Jofra Archer. Look at this for stats. 5.4 overs, 7 runs given, 2 wickets, and both the openers back in the change room now. He's bowled with pace, he's bowled with intensity. Now he's got Steve Smith in his sights here. Jofra Archer's 2 deliveries. Try and get Labuschagne and Smith in the same over. My goodness, what a ball again. He is so unlucky, man, Jofra Archer. He is pitching it perfectly. He's getting the ball to hoop around. This time just leaves the outside edge. He's beaten Khawaja and Smith in the same over. He is putting on a clinic here. Special bowler, man. That's why you can see England just almost praying for his fitness. Every time Archer's on the pitch, it's a different ball game. Absolutely different game. Short delivery, well ducked. Smith survives the over. Labuschagne couldn't. 15 overs gone. It's 29 for 2. Well, Bryden Cast has gone for runs. Ben Stokes has not been able to figure out the other end. Jofra Archer just bowled 3 overs in the first 15 just before tea. Now getting a consistent run, and when Jofra Archer has the ball, things are meant to happen. This is where you need to see Mark Wood now. New batsman out there in the middle. Have to go for the jugular. You have to go for the offensive. Again, continuing with Braden Cast. Interesting. Khwaja getting a bit more of a favourable bowler to just settle in here. Left-right combination. Braden Cast. Khwaja versus Seaman test since January of 2024. He's been dismissed 23 times. An average of 23.6. Not a good reading for Khwaja against pace. And that's why you see them being dropped down to number 4. But he's out there in the middle already. And the 4 quicks looking to attack. Another couple of wickets for England. That's what they're searching for. Fuller delivery. Worked off the pads. He's got that fine. But not into the gap. It'll just be a single. Steve Smith back on strike. 17 of 46 deliveries. This looks solid. Again, he's had to pretty much take a lot of adversity in the 46 deliveries that he's faced. He's been struck a couple of times on the elbow, on the glove. Oh, painful ones as Cast nearly gets the outside edge. Steve Smith is pretty much timing this to perfection in terms of just withdrawing his bat. Cast is getting the ball to move. Just shifts away from the right-hander, squares him up perfectly. Steve Smith sees the funny side as he's still out there in the middle. Very close, very close. Punched off the back foot, but straight to gully. Stokes well positioned. And Cast does give you a glimmer, an opportunity to hit him. Other than that, the English bowlers have given very little. Atkinson has been very tight. See Mark Wood rather giving nothing away. Ben Stokes is warming up. He's yet to give his arm a throw. Just a matter of time before the skipper introduces himself here. It's gone! Braden Cast dismisses Steve Smith. Labuschagne and Smith go straight after tea. Braden Cast with the wicket. Steve Smith has been squared up on multiple occasions in his innings. Really struggling. Gets a thick edge. And Aussies have lost their 3rd wicket for just 30 runs on the board. Steve Smith has to walk. Squared up again. An easy catch. Is that Harry Brook in the slip? I think it is. Braden Cast gets his 1st wicket off the Ashes. And Ben Stokes' plan of keeping Archer and Braden Cast paying dividends. A wicket from both ends as Steve Smith has to walk for 17. It's 30 for 3. Well, Steve Smith played 49 deliveries. He was beaten, I would say, maybe 8 or 9 times. I thought the way that he's bowled has been sensational. Just getting the ball to leave the right-hander on that occasion. The bounce troubled him. That was a very well bowled delivery. And now Australia find themselves in a perilous position. Travis Head was going to be out there in the middle. This could be really fun. End to the match here. This has been a magnificent day 1. So happy that I decided to stream this one. It's been so enjoyable. 13 wickets have fallen for 202 runs. That's 172 of the bats of the English and 30 from the Aussies. Jofra Archer with 2, Braden Cast with 1, and the main man's out there in the middle, Travis Head. 61 matches, 3,963 runs at an average of 41.72. 900s and 2050s as the Optus Stadium is fired up. The Barmy Army now, who had had a very sullen start to the day, now in full voice. Well, England will have one and one focus only now. Travis Head. Here goes Cass to finish off his over. Travis Head quickly gets off the mark and he'll keep strike. Confident play there by Travis Head to end a productive over and a successful one for England. 16 gone is 31 for 3. Brydon Cass joining in the action as Australia have lost their top 3 batsmen. Well, Travis Head and Usman Khawaja will have to steady the ship here for Australia. The English fans are absolutely giving it to the Aussies. They're heavily outnumbered, but you know the passion that they bring every game that they follow. Archer bowled 3 overs just before tea. He's bowled 3 after tea since then. And Ben Stokes wants to run it back here. Oh, this is going to be an incredible battle here. Jofra Archer versus Travis Head. This is box office Ashes cricket. Archer's got his tail up. He's got 2 wickets already, 2 slips, and a wideish gully in play here. Cracks him on the pads, but going down the leg stump. 146 Ks there from Jofra Archer. First delivery, mind you. Great pace. Really great pace. He's held back himself and Mark Wood for maybe the latter part of tea. The pace will not let up from England's point of view. Jofra Archer going around the wicket here. Be very curious to see Travis Head's tactics. Straight attacking the stumps. He does not have a second gear. He does not look to slow down. You know that Travis Head likes to play on the front foot. The counter-punch innings, we see that from England when they're 3 down. They have Harry Brook coming in and play that counter-attack of an innings. We've got Travis Head who's in a similar situation here. Aussies facing the same problems as the English did on day 1 here. The surface is still talking, and with the new ball you can do a lot of damage. Here's Jofra Archer. 2 dot balls to begin this over. Good delivery. He's punched that late. He's trying to just get that into the gully region. No success. Well, Jofra Archer in the 6.5 overs he's bowled has conceded just 7 runs for the 2 wickets that he's taken. And both the openers fell to him. I mean, talk about impact bowling. You aren't going to get better. Really is the game changer, and that's why you can see England being so patient with Jofra Archer's fitness. They're going to make sure that he's ready to go, and they won't take any risks with him. Short delivery, Travis Head looking to slash. Ooh, it's a curious tactic. We talked about how he doesn't look to hold back. He loves to meet the challenge head on. Excuse the pun, but Travis Head going for the big swipe. Again, look at the carry there for Jamie Smith. Over head high. Archer's generating plenty off the surface. Archer with 4 dot balls now. Travis Head nearly, very nearly nicks it. Whoa, Jofra Archer. This is just top class fast bowling. He's beaten every batsman comfortably. Look at the shapes away from the... Oh, it's so good. Hits the seam, shapes away. Jofra Archer is really putting on a clinic. Look at the length. I mean, yes, the line gets all the credit. It's so good. He's such a difficult puzzle to solve, Jofra Archer. Nightmare for the batsman. So watchful punch. There's a maiden over for Jofra Archer. 7 overs, 7 runs for 2 wickets for Jofra. He has been in some form here. 17 overs gone. It's 31 for 3. But full credit to England for breaking this game open. They haven't been on the back foot. They've unleashed Jofra Archer. They've gotten the rewards for it. Mark Wood will be patiently waiting for his opportunity to throw his arm. Usman Khawaja and Travis Head haven't gotten going yet. Braden Carse might get another over after picking up the big wicket of Steve Smith. He gets another go here. Good captaincy this from Stokes. Braden Carse to Usman Khawaja. Fuller delivery. Khawaja looking for a quick move on here. Talked about the cons of Labuschagne and Smith batting at the pace that they did, because if they stay, it's fine, but if you lose wickets, suddenly it looks like you're in real trouble because the scoreboard hasn't moved whatsoever and the wickets column looks troubling. They've just gotten 16 runs since tea has begun, so since the post-tea session basically, so that's nowhere near enough, and they've lost 2 wickets too. So this session firmly in the hands of the Poms so far. Oh, what a ball that is! That is a magnificent delivery. Braden Carse has got the ball to talk. It leaps up. Khawaja nicks. Comfortable catch. And Aussies are teetering here at 31 for 4. Outstanding bowling. Just magnificent. Braden Carse has fully repaid the faith that Ben Stokes has put in him. Beautiful delivery. Great bounce. Nicks the glove. Usman Khawaja's nightmare run in Test cricket continues. Did not help opening the order. Number 4 ain't any different for him. Braden Carse has 2. Jofra Archer has 2. And the Aussies post-tea are really struggling now. 31 for 4. Wow. Test cricket, man. It is the best format. And I will debate you till my lungs weaken. This is what cricket is all about. It's been a fantastic game. The ebbs and flows. When you saw Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne just drop anchor, you feel that, oh, maybe it's going to be a long end to the day for the English bowlers. But my word, the comeback is brilliant. You almost expected Jofra Archer. Yes, he delivers with the wicket, but Braden Carse steps in and he decides to be the alpha. Picks up the all-important wicket of Steve Smith because he's a problem, and then very quickly dismisses Usman Khawaja. And if England get one more wicket here, they have half the Aussies back in the hut. This is day 1, 14 wickets. Are we going to see the third innings before Stumps here? This is crazy as Cam Green. Oh, that's a risky punch. Nearly carried there. Ben Duckett waiting in the gully region. Cam Green picked up the wicket of Ollie Pope. Didn't have too much to do with the ball, but now has to bail his side out with the bat. Travis Head and Cam Green, 2 different batsmen, the left and right combination. Green obviously a monster in stature. Head a monster with the bat. This has all the ingredients now. Throw a bit of Wood and throw a bit of Archer in there, and you got box office cricket. Again, very accurate there by Braden Carse, attacking the stumps. Beautifully bowled. He's gone for a few runs, but 4.5 overs, 17 runs is not a bad return whatsoever, especially when you have 2 wickets to your name. Great bounce on it. Almost gives you the old whacker pitch vibes. There's bounce, there's carry. Hasn't been comfortable for the batsman. Maybe they're just taking the old strip and just put it in the new stadium. Watchful there from Cam Green. Toss that on the onside. 31 for 4. Australia now have to think. What kind of counter-attack cricket can they play here? You know Travis Head is not going to back down. Cam Green needs a big innings. Just looking at where the ball struck Usman Khwaja before going to the keeper. Might have just been on the roll of the glove. Very much part of the glove. Then decide to challenge that or move on as Cast looks to end this over. And it's a brilliant maiden wicket. Wicket maiden rather. It's 18 overs gone. It's 31 for 4. England on top here. Well, we've seen 4 Jofra Archer overs on the bounce. See whether or not his conditioning is okay to go 5 in a row. Or will we see Mark Wood being introduced now? Well, Atkinson got the new ball. Now he's been almost relegated to 4th choice here. Archer 7 overs. Brilliant, man. 2 for 7. 4 maidens. Atkinson has bowled 3 maidens himself. He's given nothing away. 4 overs, none for 2. And rightfully so. Atkinson is back in the attack. You feel a bit disappointed that he didn't get the ball straight after tea, but the way that it's panned out, he will understand the greater good. Atkinson, 4 overs, 3 maidens. No wickets yet, just the 2 runs conceded. Now goes charging in as Travis said. Looks for his first runs off the blade here. Edge! Oh, that doesn't carry! Is that Ollie Pope at point? Gus Atkinson squaring up. Travis said first up. It is Ollie Pope who cannot reach. Oh, that's uncomfortable. He was completely squared up. Oh, full length dive, nowhere near it. You could see from the reaction in the field, this could have been the game changer, the game turner, the game breaker. Instead, Travis Head survives. Gus Atkinson will feel that nothing has gone his way in terms of wicket-taking deliveries. But man, oh man, he's bowled so well. 33 for 4 here. That was nearly moment. Edge again! And it lands safely. Travis said is living on the edge. Another leading edge. Ben Stokes is on his haunches. He's on his knees. He cannot believe it. Gus Atkinson, brilliant. That has got the Barmy Army chirping at the stands. Almost similar dismissal this time. It doesn't carry to Ollie Pope. There's been a ball magnet here for Travis Heads. Talk about living on the edge. Travis Head might need to play a positive shot here. He's been caught again in his crease. It's almost like Head is batting against his instincts. He wants to be positive and go after, but he now knows that the premium on his wicket has just gone up. Australia lose Travis Head. They were in so much trouble. And he's not looked comfortable at all. Gus Atkinson has been cold as ice in his demeanour. Finally cracks a smile as Travis Head with a cheeky little word. Atkinson halfway through his over. Full delivery. Punch down the ground. Oh, what a shot that is from Cam Green. Stand and deliver. A boundary with the on drive. That is class from the all-rounder. Stands tall. Punches that with perfection. Much needed boundary for the Aussies. Beautiful. Transfers his weight. The balance is good. Travis Head does well to get out of the way. It's Cam Green. It's a much needed boundary for him and his team. Wise leave there by Cam Green after getting a boundary. Atkinson's pace has just been in the 140 area. Really does help when you have 4 or 5 guys who can just consistently bowl at that kind of pace. Baron Cast does not rely on his pace as much, but he's very much capable of hitting the 140 mark. Really are spoiled for choice. And then you have Archer and Mark Wood, who goes consistently over 150. Here's Atkinson to finish off his 5th over. Relatively expensive from his point of view, but it's a dot ball to end that 7-run over for Australia. 19 gone is 38 for 4. Yep, they're just showing how Usman Khawaja was just stuck in his crease for all the 3 deliveries that he did end up facing. And when you're stuck in the crease, you just have that tentative mindset, don't you? You want to get forward, almost caught there, and when the ball does leap and you're caught in the crease, you are really stuck. There's nowhere for you to hide but just to walk back to the change room. So disappointing for Usman Khawaja, getting an opportunity at number 4. Did not work in his favour. Braden Carse warming up the motor to go again. What a shot that is from Travis Head. Really does give it the business. Doesn't get the timing on it. Over the cover region. Might get 3 if he does run hard. And they do. Good running between the wickets. 41 for 4 now. Travis Head for the first time showing a bit of aggression. We'll look to try and target Braden Carse, but it's not that easy, is it? Because he's been picking up wickets too. So with Alex Carey, Mitch Starc, Nathan Lyon, the next 3 to bat. Well, Carey and Starc can bat, and it's been that kind of a day that Mitchell Starc with the bat just might dazzle, but they don't want it to get that deep, that's for sure. Good deliveries. Look to play that late there, Cam Green. Braden Carse just looking to hit the top of off with that delivery, targeting it with pace. But Marnus Labuschagne has got his feet up and he's having a word with the skipper. Alex Carey is padded up, waiting in case it goes wrong again for the Aussies. Cam Green and Travis Head will be tasked with steadying the ship here now. Also safe duck there from Cam Green. 6'6", 6'7", to get down low is pretty impressive, especially when Carse is bowling well over 140. Travis Head 7 of 11. Hasn't been at his fluent best whatsoever, but a couple of boundaries will swiftly change that. Beautiful overhead shot at the Optus Stadium in Perth. Remember Chelsea had played a pre-season game in 2018. Maurizio Sarri's first season for Chelsea. I remember that because I was in Australia at that time. Good delivery there from Carse. Nearly leaves the outside edge. How about this for a stat? All 5 tests at Perth Stadium have been won by the team that bats first. England will be hoping that that trend continues despite them scoring just 173. Beautiful outswinger there from Braden Carse. Leaves the outside edge. He's tempting Cam Green forward. Beautifully bowled. Two deliveries left at the 20th over. Carse looking for his third. Oh, has he got the edge? It's so close. Again, it's Cam Green who's caught in his crease. He's made no movement forward. He's just looking to get some bat on it. Just punch that away. That nearly pays the price with his wicket. Beautiful again. Look at that. Nowhere near that. He is so lucky. Oh, the length is just perfect there from Braden Carse. That's the kind of length that troubles every batsman in the world. And then get it to move either which way, you're in business. Final delivery of the Carse over. Watchfully defended again by Cam Green. It's 20 overs gone. It's 41 for 4. Well, we're back underway. Gus Atkinson bowling his 6th over. 1 for 9 as he goes charging in here. Looking to trouble the Aussie batsman. He's got head on strike and he cracks him on the back pad. Good delivery first up there by Gus Atkinson. He'll feel that he's been slightly undone in terms of the luck element, but again, very much spot on there from Atkinson. Yep, good delivery, forcing Travis Head back. Quicker one that just releases off is a really quick delivery there. Head has taken his time, 7 of 12 deliveries. He's not looking to be too expansive or go after something crazy, knowing that his team are in a perilous position. Full delivery, and he's so lucky. How does he not chop that back onto his stumps? Travis Head is leading a charmed life here. Whew. I was so sure that hit the stumps. Instead, it cracks him on the pads. Atkinson's bad luck continues as he keeps churning on chances here. Travis Head is leading such a dangerous life here. He could have edged a couple of times to Ollie Pope. On that occasion, could have chopped it onto his stumps. Atkinson now. Oh, it's a decent leave there from Cam Green. But Travis Head might feel that this might be his day. .42 for 4. 52 overs have been played so far. There's still a lot of cricket left in day one. At least an hour and a half, I would like to think. Yet to see Ben Stokes with the ball in hand. Still a few changes, that's for sure, that can change it. Oh my goodness me, Cam Green with another good leave by the end of it. See Marnus Labuschagne when he was leaving those balls dangerously close to his off stump. Cam Green trying to take a page of Marnus's book. Australia still trailed by 130. That won't be a concern, but the 4-wicket column, that definitely will concern Steve Smith. Head 8 of 13, Cam Green 4 of 14. As Atkinson with 2 deliveries. Looks to try and get the big man out. He digs that shot, well left. And Carse and Atkinson at both ends here. Just giving that extra bit of rest to Mark Wood. He'll be raring to go once he gets the ball in hand. And against Travis Head, the situation may not favour him because Head does like the pace coming onto his bat. He can just use to flash at the ball with pace. Final delivery of the 21st. Here goes Atkinson. Down the leg side. Be a dot ball to end the over. It's 21 overs gone. It's 42 for 4. Australia continue batting at 2 and over. Keeping that steady. 42 for 4 is pretty much the best case scenario that England were thinking about after their dismal performance with the bat. Just getting 172. Harry Brook with the lone 50. Ollie Pope with 46. Other than that, the batting card was not a good reading for England. And if you look at the batting card for the Aussies, it's not any better. So it's been a day for the bowlers. 14 wickets have fallen. Bryden Carse has 2. Jofra Archer's 2. The standout bowler today, Mitchell Starc with 7. Well, ask and you shall receive. Mark Wood back in the attack. Just got the 2 overs in his first spell. Now looking to attack Travis Head. Here goes Wood. Oh, he's flicked that nicely. Should be a boundary. Pace on the bat is exactly what Travis Head wants. That one drifting down the leg side. Easy pickings for Travis Head down fine leg for a boundary. Hasn't been credited to Travis Head. It's come off the pad. Leg by signalled. Jofra Archer with no chance there at fine leg. Mark Wood now steaming in. Flicked well again on the onside. Might get a couple here. Decides to stay for one. Confidence for Travis Head is a dangerous proposition for the opposition, because once he gets going, very difficult to stop. Cam Green at the other end has been just pacing his innings, been watchful as much as possible. Has been beaten on multiple occasions. Has to make sure that there is a premium on his wicket here. Mark Wood hasn't gotten his line right yet, but he's just bowled the 2 overs, hasn't gotten any sort of rhythm yet. Again, he loses his balance. It's the second time that he's gone to the ground on his follow through. Has to be careful. That ankle, the knee could very easily go. Last thing that the English will want is losing any of their fast bowlers for a considerable amount of time. They will expect them to rest and rotate, knowing that maybe Mark Wood is not fit enough to play 5 tests. We're hoping that him and Archer can shoulder most of the load. Again, a fast delivery down the leg side. Jamie Smith is appealing. So is Joe Root, but Mark Wood is completely motionless. He's played so outside of his body, so if there is a noise, it's got to be glove or the handle. Are they going to take the... Don't think they will. Again, Stokes walks away. Very curious to see again. Oh, it's just flicked the thigh on that occasion. Again, good decision. Ben Stokes trusting his teammates, not getting carried away in the moment, taking needless reviews. England still have 2 reviews remaining. Australia with 3. Good delivery there from Mark Wood. And good pace, 145. It's not the Mark Wood special, but still very quick. Very, very quick. Mark Wood has just conceded the 5 runs so far. The ball is still relatively new. Or is he just looking to take the shine off the ball? We're getting the meat of the bat on it. Wood looks to finish his 3rd. Catches Green in the crease, but he nudges that for a single on the onside. Decent over there for the Aussies. 22 gone, it's 48 for 4. Just looking to up it slightly here. Australia really struggling to get to the 50-run mark. It's been hard work for them. Cam Green 5 of 20. Travis Head 9 of 15. Neither one of them looking to be expansive yet. Then 54 overs have been played so far. 32 of the England innings and 22 of the Aussie innings has seen nearly half their side back in the hut here. 48 for 4 in 22 overs. The Aussies still trail by 124 runs in the second innings. We did not expect the first day to swing so much. But that's exactly what has transpired here as Atkinson back in the attack. Oh, there was a chance there for a cotton bowl. Does it carry? I don't think it did. Cam Green kind of squared up there. Nicely bowled again here. Oh, it did carry. Oh my goodness. Gus Atkinson had to go down low, but it did carry. That is a huge let off. Punched off the back foot. No run there for Cam Green, who's gotten a lifeline here. Very fortunate. Just looked to play that with a straight bat, but didn't carry. Rather, did carry to Gus Atkinson. Just slips off his fingers there. Cam Green would have had his heart in his mouth on that occasion. What's up, Nikhil? Kaisa? Here's Atkinson. Cam Green here. On his second lifeline. Looks to punch and a quick single. Has to hurry. Direct hit. Ooh, close. Very close. Doesn't hit the stumps. Australia just ambling their way to the 50-run mark. Might have been safe, but direct hits are always in business. Yep, Cam Green using his long levers to his advantage. England will want one more before stumps. They have to be greedy. Have to make sure that Australia go in the worst possible shape coming into tomorrow. This wicket is the key. Travis Head on strike. And plays that with soft hands. Travis Head with a different approach, but a much needed one considering how this game has panned out. Atkinson, 6.4 overs, none for 11. He's kept a lid on things. He was 4 overs, none for 2. He's bowling absolutely brilliantly. It was 2 overs, none for 4 rather. Then he was taken off. Now he's come back in for the spell. Yet to see Ben Stokes yet. Mark Wood and Atkinson now looking to try and trouble the Aussies. Watchful punch there by Travis Head. The 50-run mark would be the first obstacle that Australia have had to clear with some difficulty. Final delivery of the 23rd. Atkinson looking for his first wicket. It has eluded him, but he's bowled very well. Fortunate on a couple of occasions. So wise leave there by Travis Head. He'll have nobody else to blame for the drop catch but himself. But it was a chance and it was a definite carry, but did not carry, unfortunately, from his point of view. 23 overs gone is 49 for 4. Travis Head surviving yet another over. Again, another over where we haven't seen Travis Head be expansive and go for the shots. Instead, he's kept it compact, looking to nudge the singles. India versus South Africa. The first one day starts on the 30th. The first test was shocking, man. And I mean, we prepare these turning tracks and we don't have an idea how to play the turning tracks. Might as well go with something flatter. Or something that might just help the fast bowlers, because we really are struggling at home. I mean, the 3-0 loss to New Zealand was just quietly swept under the rug. Like nobody's going to remember that. Now South Africa, World Test champions, of course, showing what they're all about. As Mark Wood back in the attack. Another opportunity. They've taken a chance with the run. They needed the dive. Jacob Bettle out there as the substitute fielder. Well, Travis had 9 of 18 deliveries. It's not the Travis Head innings that we're used to seeing, but it's the innings that the situation demands here. Travis Head will have to forget about almost curtail his attacking instincts. Still, has to keep the scoreboard moving. Very often that we see Head struggling to get out of double digits after 20 deliveries, as Green flicks that down to fine leg for a single, and the 50 comes up for Australia. But it has come at some cost, losing 4 wickets. It's been hardly the second innings that they were hoping for. They still just trailed by 122. If Head and Green can have a 50 to 60 run partnership here, it would make all the difference in the world, but we haven't seen anything by the team really in terms of getting that 50 or 60 run partnership in the first 2 innings. It's been all about the bowlers, and they really have delivered. Run rate 2.14, nowhere near, because England were batting at 4.5, 5, 5.3 at some point. Australia taking the completely different approach. Good shot there from Travis Head. He really leans into it. Again, the timing is good, but not enough to take it to the ropes. Should get another 3 runs comfortably though. And we've seen these long boundaries here in Perth. Have been difficult to try and get those regular boundaries. Travis Head slowly but surely finding his feet here. Another 3 healthy runs. Oh, what a delivery. That is a nasty one there by Mark Wood. It has struck Cam Green, who very nearly tumbles onto the stumps. He does very well to not just absorb the blow, but does so well to not trip over the stumps. Oh, that was nasty, nasty delivery there for Mark Wood. Pace, bounce, cracks him on the grill. Whew. Jamie Smith knows how close Cam Green was to knocking over his own stumps. That is going to ring his bell, certainly. Great presence of mind there by Cam Green to get out the way. Oh, that is nasty. Oh, he does not read the flight. He does not read the bounce. Cam Green will be tested for concussion protocols, and rightfully so. But when Mark Wood bowls at 150 clicks and it hits you on the helmet, anywhere on the helmet, is a real unpleasant feeling, that's for sure. Cam Green does well to shake it off and have a smile on his face. They really are built differently, aren't they? Imagine you or me facing a 150 delivery, getting cracked on the helmet. We're not coming out to bat. That's for sure. It's like I've survived death once, not again. Brilliant there. Mark Wood brings a different level of fear factor. The Aussies, rightfully so, taking their time with Cam Green, making sure that he follows all the protocols before he's ready to continue. I have not struck him anywhere near the head, but your vision can be blurry, especially when these quick deliveries hit you on the helmet. Cam Green's reaction showed that he was okay to continue. Very fortunate, or you can say great presence of mind to evade the stumps. Good opportunity really to take a drinks break here from an Aussie point of view. 53 for 4. It's been hard work there to get the 50 runs, but in terms of England's bowling, it's been all about Jofra Archer and Bryden Carse. In the very second delivery, Jake Weatherald on debut goes without troubling the score. Labuschagne, but unfortunate as an inside edge, took it to the stumps. Bryden Carse, no such luck in terms of perfect bowling, squaring up Steve Smith. And soon after, getting Usman Khawaja, squaring up both Smith and Khawaja in that fashion. Just shows you the level of bowling at which Bryden Carse was steaming in with. But since then, Cam Green and Travis Head have survived their moments. Travis Head, on a few occasions, could have chipped that to point. Cam Green saw a cotton bowled attempt from Gus Atkinson go begging. So they are leading a charmed life. They have to take advantage of it though. You look at the Aussie batting card, it's not a good reading. Weatherald out for a duck. Labuschagne 9 of 41, Smith 17 of 49, Khawaja 2 of 6, Head 12 of 19, and Cam Green 7 of 26 with Alex Carey and Mitch Starc coming up next to bat. Jofra Archer, 2 of 7 from 7 overs. Economy rate of 1 with 4 maidens. Braden Carr, 6 overs, 2 for 20. 1 maiden for him. Atkinson with 3 maidens. 7 overs, none for 11. As Mark Wood has not gotten any sort of success either. He has rattled the cage of Cam Green though. They've taken their time. Mark Wood rather still has 2 deliveries. Heading into the end of the 24th over. England have very much put a tight grip around the Aussies. Excellent response after just mustering 172 with the bat. Here goes Mark Wood. Short delivery. Cam Green happy to get his bat on it this time. Seeing the ball better. When you leave those deliveries, it's so dangerous because it can hit you anywhere really. From Green's point of view, it's pretty much fortunate that it hit him on the front of the grill and not on the body. Because those ones can be almost, can crack a rib or a sternum. Especially with Mark Wood bowling at 150 clicks. Final delivery of the 24th. Here goes Mark Wood to Chris Green. Cam Green rather on strike, and he looks to duck, and it's a successful duck. 24 overs gone, it's 53 for 4. Well, Cam Green and Travis Head finally just settling here, making sure that making it as difficult as possible for England to have any more success and expose their lower middle order. Alex Carey and Mitch Starc very much capable with the bat. That's something that the Aussies will want to protect for as long as possible. Travis Head is still out there in the middle. He's played different innings. One of patience and knuckling down. Atkinson back in the attack. None for 11 in his 7 overs. He's got Travis Head on strike. Jacob Bettel, the substitute fielder, is making his presence known. Atkinson waiting for his first wicket. Could it be the big scalp of Travis Head? Full delivery, looks to caress that through the covers. Instead, it's through mid-off. Again, doesn't have enough for the boundary, but should get 3. And the running between the wickets has been impressive. Whenever the opportunity of running 3 has arisen, they've taken it. Maybe I spoke too soon. It was just 2. 3 was available. Travis said, deciding that 2 is good enough, and he decides to take a bit more of the strike here. Fuller delivery, this time through the covers again. Back on his bike is Travis Head. This time a comfortable 2. Decent over this. We haven't seen this in a long time where runs are flowing at a consistent rate in the over. Aussies now having taken a few blows, absorbed a lot of pressure. Now just trailed by 115. Again, favourable numbers here still for the Aussies. For all of Travis Head's quote-unquote struggles, 16 of 21 is not bad at all. He goes for the slash, he gets the fortune and the boundary. 8 runs of this Atkinson over already, and Travis Head is just turning on the pressure now. The Fuller delivery, he's exposed his stumps. He wanted to hit through the cover region. It's a thick edge for a boundary. Swipes hard, gets the reward. Yep, doesn't matter where they go, as long as they go for the boundary. Atkinson has seen no luck in his bowling. Travis Head now 20 of 22. Again looks to cuts well, gully region fields. And just like that, we know that Travis Head does not bat under 100. And look at that, with the slow start, he still manages 20 of 23 now. He's in prime position, he's in typical Travis Head position here. Cam Green on the other hand, has just looked to lock down at the other end. 7 of 28 deliveries. Beautiful on drive. Other than that, it's been struck a couple of times, but he's hung in there. Well, 8 runs off this Atkinson overs already. We've just played 3 deliveries here, and we're still targeting. Plays that nicely. The fielder there, third man, was well positioned. He wasn't all the way to the line. A few yards forward, had nearly picked him up. Surprised they didn't run on that delivery. Ben Stokes constantly changing his field. And Travis Head has taken a few chances. He's rode his luck. And until he's still out there in the middle, England can never really rest in peace here. They have to be very much switched on. Oh, nearly taking the edge. And he plays that very late, Travis Head. 25 overs gone. Another very good over for the Aussies. They're finally getting a move on here. 25 gone. It's 61 for 4. The main reason has been Travis Head taking a bit more of an aggressive approach. The runs have been offered. He has taken them. Atkinson, 1 for 19 in his 8 overs as Mark Wood back in the attack. None for 10 in his 4. No success so far for the express pace bowler, but all he needs is 1. Here goes Cam Green facing Mark Wood. Played that late. Good fielding again there by Ben Duckett. Duckett would have been disappointed in the manner of which he couldn't capitalize after a decent start that he had. He's looking comfortable out there in the middle, but he was beaten by pure pace as Mitch Starc crashed one into his pads. Ben Stokes is still warming up. We're yet to see him take front and center stage. His partnership, 30 of 47 deliveries. It's been all about Travis Head though. Delivery punched through the cover region nicely there by Green, who stands tall, punches well, gets 2, should get 3, but decides against it. This is a good phase here for Australia. Runs are starting to flow. The risk element needs to be cut down a little bit. You can see Mark Wood's pace has declined now. He's in his 5th over. 143.6 and now 140.2. After starting off his spell with 150 plus. Here's Wood targeting the stumps. Played that on the onside. Beautiful looking shot there from Cam Green. Should get another couple. Scoreboard keeps ticking forward here. This is excellent cricket from the Aussies. 65 for 4, exactly where they need to be here. Talk about steadying the ship and having talked about a 50 to 60 run partnership. They are halfway there here, the pair. Travis Head, 20 of 25, Cam Green, 11 of 31. Mark Wood now looking to crank up the pace. The 145 clicks there, only at 90 miles an hour. Here's Mark Wood to Cam Green. Short delivery, calmly ducked. I think from England's point of view, they're just looking at one more wicket before Stumps. Get that 1 wicket before Stumps, and they'll feel that they're back in the contest. But this partnership starts to blossom, and we're seeing them cross the 100 run mark. But Travis said it's absolutely possible that it can happen quickly too. Then maybe England will feel that their good work has all been undone. There's Mark Wood now charging in to everything that he's got. Bowling with pace. Watchful defense there by Cam Green. Yep, it's solid. Australia looking to chop down on the lead. Now trailing by 107 runs. Again, it's not bad at all for Australia, even though they've had a pretty rocky tilt. Just looking a bit more settled and calm now. And it hasn't been Mark Wood's quickest over. Might be an indication for the Aussies that he is running out of steam. He's just pulled the 5 overs so far. Maybe just holding back. Shot. Oh, that's beautiful from Cam Green. Uses the pace and caresses that. Mid-off fielder nowhere near it. It's a boundary to end the over. 26 gone. It's 69 for 4. Stands tall, punches that beautifully there, Cam Green. Excellent. Again, Mark Wood losing his balance. This is the third time that he's hit the deck on his follow-through. Not a good sign. Not a good sign whatsoever from Wood's point of view. But Australia now with a mini recovery. Heading into 4 hours into the stream. Actually, I started at the first stream, had some Wi-Fi issues, had to restart. Effectively 7 hours. Here's Atkinson back in the attack. Quicker delivery. Head decides to play that late. He pays with the off stump there. Nicely bowled there by Atkinson. Travis Head now will be feeling a lot more relaxed and settled. He's faced 26 deliveries, 20 runs. Has survived a few near misses, but other than that, he's taken care of business. 69 for 4 here as Atkinson now charging in. Good delivery right on top of off stump, forcing Head in a defensive position there. Test match is really well poised, isn't it, for day 2 tomorrow? Really am looking forward to it. 7:50 AM Indian time start. It's an early one. Chelsea playing Burnley tomorrow as well. It's going to be a hectic Saturday. Well played there by Travis Head, trying to knock that for a single. Doesn't succeed in that. Atkinson with 3 dot balls to begin this over. Atkinson now against Head. Punches that on the back foot. Yep, this risk-free cricket here from Travis Head. Decided that he's gotten a bit of a start. Wants to fully capitalize and cash in here after the tree break. 26 overs, 32. Heading into just about the 60 over mark. Should be at least another 20 overs. Atkinson running in. Oh, that was a risky shot there from Travis Head. There was width on offer. Chases after it. Completely misses out. Atkinson looking to close with the dot ball, which would be another maiden over. Final delivery of the Atkinson over here as Head has just struggled in this over. Hasn't gone back to ball on that occasion. He does, but it's another maiden over for Gus Atkinson. 27 gone and 69 for 4. Cam Green has played some elegant shots. We've seen him punch one down the ground in the previous over through mid-off. That was even better. Cam Green playing a measured knock here with his team under a bit of problems. But Head and Green have now just settled the game. Now just looking to wrestle some control back from the English bowlers who have been spot on. Ben Stokes very much getting them fired up for this late stage. They feel that they'll need another wicket just before Stumps though. Back underway for the start of the 28th. Here goes Stokes for the first time and nearly gets the edge with his very first delivery. Ben Stokes has waited 27 overs before he introduced himself. He knew that Stokes would come on at some point, and with his very first delivery, he tempts Cam Green outside the off stump, and he nearly takes the bait. Takes the bait, nearly pays the price. Well, Ben Stokes has been patient before bringing himself. 25 Ashes Test, 41 wickets at an average of 38.95 for the English skipper. His first taste of action with the ball and the Aussie summer here. In good pace here from Stokes again. Starts off with that 130, 135. Will bring it up to 140 very soon. Once he gets that shoulder nice and warm, ready to go and attack. Well, Stokes generally likes to go after the alpha men of the opposite team. Picked up Shubman Gill on multiple occasions. When India played England, he'll be looking at that wicket of Travis Head with particular interest. Here goes Stokes. Full delivery, watchful defense there by Green. Cam Green 15 of 37. He's not looking to get a move on, but still showing that he has a threat of some very good shots in his locker. Full delivery, beautiful shot there by Cam Green. He's got the pace on the ball, the rest just about stays outside. Should be another 3. It's a very good phase here for Australia. They're getting runs very easily here. Fuller deliveries. Look for the block hole, but it was jammed out very nicely by Cam Green. Ben Stokes may be a bit disappointed. He didn't get the Yorker spot on. And 135 clicks is the pace that he's looking to target here, as it's going to bowl to Travis Head for the first time. Going to be Ben Stokes versus Travis Head. Alpha versus Alpha. Who's going to come out on top here? What a shot. But straight to the fielder in cover region. Jacob Bettel, well positioned. You can see Travis Head wanted to take the aggressive approach. Not looking to leave or take anything on the shorter note. Wants to go after the skipper, try and unsettle him as quickly as possible. Here's Stokes to finish off his first over. Punches that well through the cover region, but it's a dot ball to end the over. 28 gone, it's 78 for 2. Just stay tuned. I'm just going to refresh my stream. think it should be okay right now. Bryden Cass back into the attack. He's picked up 2 wickets. Cass 2 for 20 for 6 overs. He's got Cam Green now to try and go after here. Good shot on the onside. Mid-on well placed. After Archer was there. Archer got a 4 or 5 over burst straight after tea. We haven't seen him since then. Cass, Atkinson and Mark Wood have also shouldered the load. Green 18 of 39 deliveries. Full delivery, looks to jam that out. Feel that he might have missed out there. The Aussies now just trailed by 100. 72 runs have come at a cost, but they've managed to get there. Again, a 50 or 60 run partnership at this stage is just very, very crucial considering how the others have struggled with the bat. It's been hard work for the batsmen. 14 wickets have fallen on the day 1 of the Ashes tour here in the Perth, so you can see how much it has favoured the bowlers. Now's the opportunity now as both these batsmen can just drop anchor, make sure that England have nothing more to celebrate heading into Stumps. Cam Green, when he was hit on the helmet, could have very easily knocked over his own stumps, as that was hit with force. Somehow had the presence of mind to evade the stumps while falling backwards. Otherwise, Australia could have been in a even more perilous position. Instead, they are 72 for 4. Cam Green playing a very sensible knock, a quick single taken, has to hurry. Travis Head running at the danger end, makes his ground quite safely in the end. Battle with the throw. Travis Head was just ambling there, not the quickest between the wickets. Battle throwing off balance. It's nicely done there by Travis Head. Just nudges it quite comfortably on that occasion. No problems whatsoever for Travis Head. 21 of 34 deliveries. Cam Green on the other end, 19 of 42. Green has taken his time. Rode a bit of a luck. Still out there as that position is there. Short edged. Oh, it's away from the fielder. The gully fielder might have not seen the ball carry. There was a half chance there as Cam Green went for the flourish. 2 runs added to the board to end the over. That was very close. I want to see whether or not that carried. Once those edges do takes and you see gully fielder at full stretch, you want to know whether or not that carried. So we'll just have a look. They're showing Mitchell Starc's wickets. He walked off the field, leading his team with the ball in hand. Have to see that previous chance. Whether or not that was carrying to gully, we'll wait and see. But Cam Green definitely survived. As Ben Stokes back in the attack and he gets the first ball! Travis said, what have you done? It's a nothing shot. Stokes out alphas Travis Head. And it's a wicket out of absolutely nothing. Travis Head just looking to nudge the ball onto the onside. Instead, the fielder had mid-on well placed. Oh, what have you done there? It's a soft chip straight into the hands of Bryden Cast. And Australia have lost half their side. Stokes delivers. How often have we said that Ben Stokes, when his team need him to pick up the main man, he does exactly that. In his second over, Travis Head's innings of attrition comes to an end. 21 of 35. Australia now in trouble, real trouble again. They might have just settled things down, but that wicket of Travis Head changes everything. Well, Travis Head will be cursing himself for the short selection on that occasion. You knew that Stokes was going to try and dig them short on a couple of occasions, but to take the bait Travis Head style was really, you can say avoidable. Alex Carey now out in the middle with half his side back in the dugout. He's going to continue this rescue mission here with Cam Green. Here goes Stokes, tail up. Works that well on the onside. Looks for a quick single, and he gets off the mark swiftly. Well, 15 wickets have fallen on day one here. It has been an incredible test match. Just day one action has seen the pendulum swing back and forth. The Aussies would have been so pleased with the way that they had the ball in hand, having England dancing to their tunes. But the same thing has happened in the second innings. The England bowlers have been all over the Aussies. Travis Head and Cam Green just forming a nice partnership, but that was broken courtesy of Superman himself, Ben Stokes. Punches that nicely into the gap there by Cam Green, who has to take the lead role now. Should get a couple. Cam Green will know that his wicket's price has just gone up now. Alex Carey can very much bat. So can Cam Green, and they've got Starc next up. So Australia bat very deep too. 79 for 5 here. Ben Stokes looking for another wicket. Watchfully played there by Cam Green. The left and right combination continues here for Australia. Alex Carey, Usman Khawaja, Travis Head. Plenty of left-handers. Well, the England fans were all doom and gloom to begin this test match. They saw Zach Crawley get dismissed in the very first over. Since then, it was a tough watch. They had a bit of a spell after lunch where Jamie Smith and Harry Brook went after the bowlers, but other than that, it's been all about Australia in the first innings. But in the second, it's been all England. You would say the first two sessions belonged to the Aussies. They were 15 for 1 after the tea break. But since tea, it's been all England. They've got 4 wickets, 4 important wickets. Labuschagne, Khawaja, Smith, and then Travis Head. The ideal scenario from them. The England fans having a bit of fun at the expense of Steve Smith. Some colourful t-shirts there. You know that they will bring the vibes every time. Curious costumes always from the Barmy Army end. 30 overs gone at 79 for 5. think we may have 25 minutes more of action. It's 5:03 local time in Perth. England will be greedy. They'll have to be greedy to go after one more here. Alex Carey on strike. Braden Carse with 2 wickets under his belt. Now go after Alex Carey here. 30 overs, 79 for 5. It's been all England in the second innings. Carey with a quick single. Good running between the wickets there. 80 comes up for Australia. They have to celebrate almost small victories here. And once again, a partnership has to be built here. Cam Green built one with Travis Head. Now has to do that with the other left-hander and Alex Carey. It's been a 4-hour stream. I've had an absolute blast with 15 wickets falling and 250 runs from the two teams combined here. It's been so much fun, and this is what Test match cricket is all about. Braden Carse steaming in again. He'll be looking for one more, just one more. The wicket of Cam Green. That is what the English bowlers will be focusing on. $80 for 5. How many of you saw that coming from the Aussies? Yes, they're not in the best of forms in terms of with the bat. Steve Smith pushed to number 3. Labuschagne opening the innings. Khwaja coming in at number 4. Quite a bit of rejigging was needed. Cam Green pats that for a quick single. He's kept the scoreboard moving. Fair play to him. Lived a bit of a charmed life. Could have very easily been cotton bowled of Gus Atkinson. He got cracked in the grill of the helmet by Mark Wood. Full delivery, hammers that. Oh, Carse lost his balance and that ball hit him right in a very painful area by the looks of it, but he's got up very quickly. Let's have a look here whether or not he's gone down. Yes, he loses his balance. Oh, the ball hits him on the back. Full face of the blade offered by Alex Carey. How does he just get up, not even flinch? Could have hit him on the back of the head too. Had to be careful there. Somehow you don't see the dangers of Test cricket, do you? Fair play to Braden Carse, just taking that and moving on like nothing happened. Effort delivery, well navigated there by Alex Carey. The sun is starting to set here in Perth. Carey and Green have to make sure that they navigate this scenario. Make sure that no wicket falls from here. Will change the complexion completely. Another couple of wickets fall here. Nicely played through the offside. He's got that into the gap there, Alex Carey. Should get a couple. Stay quite comfortably as well. Because of the lack of runs there from England, just looks like the Aussies are within touching distance. About 90 shy. Again, they don't have to do it in a hurry. They can take their time and play at almost languid pace. And Ben Stokes, having held himself back for almost 27, 28 overs, now looking to hold up one end. He's gotten the all-important wicket of Travis Head. Now looking for a bit more success here. Stokes almost urging compactness in his field setup here as he looks to go after Cam Green. Here goes Ben Stokes. Has he got the edge? He has! The first delivery again! The main man gets Cam Green. Ben Stokes. Talk about captain's impact. He really is special. He dismissed Travis Head of the very first delivery of the previous over. Brings himself back. Cam Green, who played with so much patience, gets out first ball in this over. Oh, it's a clear edge. Ben Stokes, talk about impact, man. He smells the game. He knows the game. And he delivers. Cam Green goes for 24 of 50 deliveries. The Aussie lower order now fully exposed. Well, Mitch Starc, after picking up 7 wickets on the day, would have hoped that his work for the day was done. Instead, he has to try and guide his team in the last half an hour somehow to take them towards shore waters. Ben Stokes, absolute hero, man. He is no longer a batting out all-rounder. He is a bowling all-rounder. And we've seen how magnificently well. Bozo, you're absolutely right. Green was looking good. He was so patient. He rode his luck a couple of times, but he goes prodding after it outside the off stump, and he pays the price with his wicket. Well, we've seen 31 overs for Aussies that have faced. England faced 32 overs, Bozo, so we have only seen 62 overs of action. But we're well past 5 o'clock local time in Perth. You might not see anywhere near 70-75 overs, so I'm pretty sure the Aussies are going to take their time and make sure that they don't lose any more wickets, especially with Ben Stokes breathing fire. It's Stokes to Starc. Watchfully played by Starc. He's punched that into the cover region. He'll just get a single. He gets off the mark. The hero with the ball now has to pull weight with the bat here. Ben Stokes just knows how to deliver, and more importantly, when to deliver. Cam Green was looking tentative. He just pushed forward. Just Ben Stokes, just doing Ben Stokes things. It's just unbelievable how many times he comes up clutch with the ball in hand. Here's Stokes to carry now. Short delivery, flicked away off the pads. Jamie Smith, full length dive, can't get there. It's a boundary. It's a risky boundary there off the bat of Alex Carey. They won't mind. But that could have been a very incredible grab, really, from Jamie Smith. Goes chasing after it. He moves his feet quick. Yep, it's just a touch too much for him, even at full stretch. $88 for 6 now. Ben Stokes is not done. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. He'll want another one here. They're hungry for wickets. Short delivery. He pulls that. He's got that into the gap. Might get 2 here. $90 for 6 here, Australia. Still in a tough situation here. You can see Stokes looking to fire that towards the stumps. Well blocked there by Alex Carey. 10 of 8 deliveries for him. Now we'll have to take the lead role with the bat. Hasn't been prolific with the bat. Not getting regular runs, but Alex Carey still a dangerous proposition. Especially when you feel that all hope is lost. You see Likes of Carey and Stark stepping up. Have to make sure that this partnership drags on for as long as possible. Nicely worked off the pads, beautifully done. Alex Carey just takes the sting out of the game, and off that Ben Stokes over, which started off with a wicket, ends with a single. Again, a brilliant Ben Stokes over comes to an end. His 32 overs gone. It's 91 for 6. But Ben Stokes has picked up Travis Head and Cam Green. He's not just broken the partnership, but he's gotten both dismissed. That is alpha male stuff from the England captain. So accurate to Green. As soon as he gets one to just press forward, invites the outside edge. But both teams have faced 32 overs. England were all out and they had 173 on the board there as Alex Carey tries a very risky shot. Looks to duck and just cut that over the keeper. As I mentioned before, Australia, the same stage, England rather, the same stage, were 172. That is 80 runs more than the Aussies, but they were all out. Just 4 wickets that the Aussies have bested that. So completely different approach from the two teams. And what it has resulted in has been a fun day of Test cricket here. Cast looking to attack the stumps. Right onto the off stump. Well defended. Well, the England fans in full voice. They've seen a seesaw of emotions throughout the day. And now in full voice looking to end the day on a high here. Can they get another wicket? They have to go for it. Australia still just trailed by 81. It's not a lot of runs, but in the context of the match, it really is a lot. Carey pulls well. Just get a single. Safe batting there by Alex Carey, making sure that he doesn't give his wicket away here. Brydon Cast bowling his 9th over, 2 for 29. Hitting the all-important wicket of Steve Smith, who was really settling in, had dropped a mean anchor. It was going nowhere. It was getting beaten on quite a few occasions, but Brydon Cast finally getting the outside edge of the stand-in Aussie skipper. You see a late flurry of Jofra Archer right towards the end of the day. But now that Ben Stokes is back, it's all about him, isn't it? Takes the lead role as Cars digs that in with 140 Ks. Pacey. The two left-handers, Mitchell Starc and Alex Carey, looking to guide Australia to safer waters. Trailed by 80. 92 for 6 here, not the kind of chase that Australia were looking for in the second innings. So no ball there by Brydon Cast. He'll have to go again. Yep, clear no ball. Late spot by the official. He's chipped it in the air. Oh, it's over, Jofra Archer. And the extra delivery nearly paying off. Mitchell Starc won't get the boundary, but fortunately for him, won't be out either. It was a nothing shot really from Mitch Starc. Saw the ball just get stuck there. He doesn't go with a follow through. His bat is just there. Just hangs up. And you could see Jofra Archer at mid-off. Just waiting for the ball to pounce on him. He jumps as high as he could, but lands safely. Brydon Cast a few inches away from getting his third. Starc back on strike. Takes that into the rib cage. He works that down to fine leg for a single. Right cast. Looking to finish off well here. Well, the Aussies have lasted longer than England in terms of overs. At this very stage in the England innings, they were all out for 172. Australia 69 for 6. That's thanks to the approach taken by Labuschagne and Steve Smith, who were going absolutely nowhere. Final delivery of the cast over. With on offer, he hits that through the offside with power. The placement is good, and it has the legs for the boundary too. A welcome boundary as the 100 comes up for Australia. They've had to work tremendously hard for it, but after 33 overs, they finally get there, as the Aussie fans will cheer their players on. One objective achieved, as Aussies are now still 73 away. With on offer there for Alex Carey is enough of an invitation to go after. Nicely played there by Alex Carey. 16 of 13 deliveries. Starc, on the other hand, might have lost his wicket after that tentative chip over mid-off. Well, Stokes has picked up a wicket in his last 2 overs in his very first delivery. Head and Cam Green both dismissed as Stokes attacks the off stump first up. Beautifully bowled. Well, Stokes in 25 Ashes Tests has picked up 43 wickets at an average of 37.4. We really are seeing a different Ben Stokes with the ball, though, from the one that started all those years back where he was primarily a batsman. His batting has dipped, but his bowling has just been elevated to levels. Good shot through the covers there from Starc. Again, decent timing. Won't have the legs to reach the boundary, though. It's been pretty much with those long boundaries and dried up grass. The ball isn't carrying to the boundary with that kind of regularity, which is kind of explains why the lack of boundaries in this match. Seen a lot of threes being run. Alex Carey and Mitch Starc in almost bonus run territory here for Australia. And the Aussie graphics really going over and above with the biomechanics, as Stokes looks to attack the stumps. It's well bowled. Again, top of off stump. Accurately every time is Ben Stokes. Australia now trailed by 69. This is a good phase again. They're getting quick runs on the board. They just want to eliminate that lead as quickly as possible. Won't mind almost having a shootout in the second innings. Well, 51,531 the day one attendance. Oh, edged! Is it not taken? Did not edge. You can see there Carey with the short ball from Ben Stokes. Went for the pull. Could have very easily lost his wicket. Take the faintest of edges. Great to see that full crowd here in Perth. Day one on Friday too. Here's Ben Stokes now. Worked off the pads, nicely done. 103 for 6 here. Ben Stokes now looking for a breakthrough as he looks to go after Alex Carey here. Final delivery of his fourth. Off the pads, past Jamie Smith. Does it enough for the boundary? Nope. Jofra Archer will cut that out. Just be a single to end the over. 34 gone is 104 for 6. Well, all of 66 overs have been played today. You have seen 16 wickets go. There you have it. Cast back in the attack. Full delivery. Scott right in front. Ooh, there was a half-hearted appeal. Surely has taken an edge there, because it looked like Alex Carey was caught right in front. That was a surprising decision. Whether or not they heard the sound, I think Joe Root is a bit mystified. Harry Brook and Jamie Smith by the looks of it. Figuring out the inside edge before that. Let's have a look here. Pattern cast. Very much with an attacking length. Punched nicely. It'll just be a single. Alex Carey is playing a very mature knock here. He's not just hanging back. He's also keeping the scoreboard moving. Did crack the pads, but it was definitely going down leg stump. That's why the appeal did not last as long as it did. Pattern cast 2 for 38. Who's going to be the one to break it open one more time before Stumps? Chips it in the air. And fourth slip at full stretch there. Ben Duckett, who's been in the gully region. Not the tallest, but he goes flashing against it. You know that it is difficult to try and reach it. Take a single. Yep. Ben Duckett in the gully region. Was hoping that it was stuck to his hand. Full stretch, nowhere near. Had a few of those where a lot of nearly moments. Takes it short again. Looks to just open up and find the gap. Good over this from Kars again. Just the 2 runs coming off it. Has bowled with a lot of discipline and knows that whether or not getting a lot of trust from Ben Stokes. Looking to complete 10 overs here. 2 for 40. Starc now 8 of 7. Jofra Archer has been pretty much chilling after his 5-over spell after tea. Good delivery again by Kars, and another quick single there by Mitch Starc. This is excellent cricket from Mitch Starc, who can do no wrong on day one here. This is just bonus territory for Mitch Starc after picking up 7 wickets in the first innings. He's got 9 of 8 now. Alex Carey will have to take the lead role. Try and bat as responsibly as possible, but also keep the scoreboard moving. Biden Kars, final delivery of his 10th over. He's bowled his heart out, looking for a bit of success. Oh, it's right into the stumps. That's a good looking shot there by Carey. Might get a boundary for this, and he does. That is a quite outstanding off drive. A boundary to end the over. Alex Carey is really contributing with valuable runs here to end the 35th over. It's 1-1-2 for 6. He was so nonchalant after hitting the shot They thought that it might just be going to the fielder, but such was the quality of that off drive. Beautifully done. Well, Alex Carey and Mitch Starc both striking at over 100 here. That has been very rare from both sides in this match so far, so they're doing something right. It's the positive approach that they're taken. Jofra Archer just waiting for the ball to be thrown to him one more time. But it's Ben Stokes back in the attack, pulling his 5th over. He's been holding up one end. Here goes Ben Stokes now, up against Mitch Starc. Looks to target the stumps again, works that on the onside, a single, and he quickly gets off strike too. Good cricket there by Mitch Starc. Just looking to be sensible here. He is exposing his stumps, but he's trying to be as compact as possible, making sure that there is a threat of runs every time Starc and Carey are out there to bat. Australia now trailed by 59. Worked off the pads nicely again. It's into the gap. This is a very good partnership, this, for Australia. Under tumultuous times, they are still finding regular runs. They're working the field very well. Excellent. This is what batting depth brings to you. Mitchell Starc and Alex Carey are in no mood to surrender their wickets. They've been very solid. They've been working the gaps. Mitchell Starc had to run hard. Now we'll have to run between the wickets. Very good cricket here. Ben Stokes will be slightly disappointed with the way this over has panned out so far. What a partnership this has been. 32 of 26 delivery. When it all looked like hope was running out for Australia, Carey and Starc have not just steadied the ship, but the flow of runs and the quickness of it has been particularly impressive. .116 for 6. Ben Stokes, 5 overs on the trot, trusting his fitness and conditioning. Now towards Starc. Short delivery, pulls well. It's into the gap. Again, not enough to reach the boundary, but should get a couple at least. This is excellent batting. Just change the momentum here. It's looking like the runs are hard to come by, but these two have made it look very easily. 118 for 6. That partnership, 35 of 28, considering the pressure they were under, absolutely incredible. Not just a run a ball, but well over it. Oh, he's chipped that in the air. Ben Stokes cannot reach. Starc just leading a charmed life so far. It's been one of those days where can't put a foot wrong. 7 wickets and now 12 crucial runs, considering how this first innings for both teams have panned out. Stokes heading into his 5th over here. Bryden Carr's helping with the shine of one side, get a bit of reverse going. Here goes Ben Stokes' final delivery. He goes for the big shot straight to the fielder. Stokes again delivers. He's picking up wickets in regular intervals, and Mitch Starc's patience finally ran out. He goes after Ben Stokes, and Stokes, who has picked up 3 wickets in his 5 overs, has delivered again. Fuller delivery. He went for the shot over mid-on. It was straight down his breadbasket. Comfortable catch for Bryden Carse. And Australia back into a troublesome situation here. Well, Starc goes after 12 of 12 deliveries, playing at a runner ball. And now the lower order fully exposed now. This is where England will look to really polish the tail as quickly as possible. Well, 17 wickets have fallen today. Ben Stokes has 3 of them. Talk about an impact, man. Ben Stokes. He just delivers time and time and time and time again. Just makes it look so easy, doesn't it? Almost inevitable. That's how good he is. Well, Nathan Lyon coming in at number 9. Didn't have an opportunity to roll his arm as his fast bowlers took care of business. Only 32 overs were required to dismiss the Aussies. And after 36 overs in the second innings, Australia teetering on the edge here. Jofra Archer back into the attack. 7 overs, 2 for 7. Charging in here with Alex Carey on strike. Again, this is not the right decision here from Carey if he doesn't get 2. How can you give strike away first ball? I mean, Nathan Lyon's number 9 with Jofra Archer at the other end. We saw this with Jamie Smith. He did this. I don't know if it's a wicket-keeper thing, but it's surely a pattern. He did this when Gus Atkinson had just walked into the crease. He takes the first ball, he takes a single, and you've pretty much left your number 9 with 5 deliveries of your main bowler. I mean, that makes no sense. It really doesn't. I mean, Jofra Archer is just licking his lips now. He's got 5 deliveries to torment Nathan Lyon. That is not good cricket there from Alex Carey. Oh, it's a watchful defense there by Nathan Lyon. I'm not mistaken, this is his home ground, isn't it? Used to be a curator here, or a groundsman at the WACA. Might have gotten that wrong, but please correct me if you know the right answer. Jofra Archer, 2 of 8, started the ball rolling. That outstanding wicket of the debutant Jake Whitehead, but the way that he dismissed him was quite emphatic too. Here's Archer, short delivery. Lyon looking to just navigate that. And Archer's not cranking up the pace yet, but you just know that that quick effort delivery is coming as Australia trail by 53. Archer charges in. Again, good cricket here from Lyon. Making sure that he's staying steady and not being overawed by the pace and bounce of Jofra Archer. Archer to Lyon in test. He has dismissed him thrice at an average of 6.6. Ominous signs there for the spinner as Archer goes charging in. Very watchful defending here. This is the risk. I mean, Alex Carey has pretty much thrown Nathan Lyon like a lamb to the slaughter. I mean, he's made him face 5 deliveries, and fortunately, he is, from his point of view, he has navigated 4. Still got Scotty Boland to bat. He's not very capable with the bat, unfortunately, and we've got the debutant Doggett too is nicely worked through the offside. He'll take a single and he'll keep strike. Interesting tactic there as Nathan Lyon trusting his batting as 37 overs gone. It's 120 for 7. And Nathan Lyon not just survived 5 deliveries of Jofra Archer, he was brave enough to nudge the final delivery for a single and now face Ben Stokes. Well, brave or foolish, you decide. As Nathan Lyon happy to farm the strike here. Lyon on strike. As Ben Stokes, who's already picked up 3. He's got his tail up. Going to go against the spinner here. Watchfully played there by Lions, whose forward defense has been rock solid. England fans have had quite a lot to cheer post the tea session. I mean, 6 wickets in this session has been outstanding from their point of view. Australia were 15 for 1 heading into the tea break. Would have felt that they were very much in the ascendancy, but Ben Stokes picking up 3, Jofra Archer with 1 and Bryden Cast with 2. They just flipped the game around. Oh, down the leg side, bonus runs. They'll gladly take it. Won't race to the boundary though, it's just a single. And Lyon is very much holding his own here. Not getting overawed by the situation. England fans still in fine voice here. Alex Carey, 26 of 24. Australia trailing by 51. Team still very much there to be broken open here by either one of these teams. Sun really is beaming down here in Perth. Conditions difficult despite the time being in excess of 5:30 there. Here's Ben Stokes now charging in with intentions. Again, this time Alex Carey was looking for the quick single again, trying to keep or preserve his wicket. Might see 20 more minutes of action here before the end of day 1. 6 o'clock local time might be the one where they decide to call it quits. Wait and see, because we're nowhere near the overs quota, because less than 70 overs have been bowled. Australia's run rate is painfully slow at 3.2 and over. Completely different as to how... Oh, what a shot that is from Carey. He's chipped it straight into the air and straight down the throat of third man. Stokes has 4. Carey departs. Australia on the verge of being knocked out here. Well, captain's performance here from Ben Stokes. It's like every over he gets himself a wicket. Such a curious shot there by Alex Carey. Almost felt like he just wanted the innings to end very quickly. Shorter delivery, gave himself some room, opens the face of the blade. Third man just waits and easily grabs. Well, Alex Carey knew as soon as he hit that, it was nowhere near the direction. I don't know what he was thinking about with that shot, but at a strike rate of 100, Alex Carey has to depart. Australia, 121 for 8. Stokes has got 4 of the 8 wickets. Talk about a captain's performance. We're seeing it right in front of our eyes. When his team needed him the most, when his team saw themselves in a difficult position after only mustering 172 with the bat, well, the Barmy Army have roared back here. Well, a few soft dismissals has really broken it open here for England now. They have 2 wickets away from what would be a healthy lead, considering they mustered only 170. Australia still trailed by 51 rather. This would be an unbelievable lead for England if they can get anywhere between that 40, even 30 run lead at this stage is so good. And now they've got number 9, number 10 and number 11 to bowl at. This should be light work. They have to get Mark Wood and Jofra Archer to just aim at the stumps and finish this off. Scotty Boland, with an average of 8, looking to just delay. Are we going to see England bat again today? That would be absolutely crazy. Has that ever happened before? Somebody in the comments has to tell me where on day 1 of the test match 18 wickets have fallen. It's very easily. Oh, nearly getting the outside edge. Stokes is hungry for the 5-fer. Already seen one of them where Mitch Starc picked up a 7-fer. Now Stokes looking to try and get 6 himself here. Beautiful delivery there first up. Trying to just target the top of off stump. Final delivery of Stokes is over. I mean, Stokes has been just box office with the ball in hand every time. He's making things happen. Tremendous against India. Tremendous now against Australia today. It's gone! It's gone! He's got 5! Ben Stokes has dismissed Scotty Boland. You've seen 2 5-ers today. First of Mitch Starc and now of Ben Stokes. He's picked up 2 in this over. He has looked absolutely unstoppable. They're seeing whether or not the ball has carried here. Or are they checking for light? Ben Stokes has just been tremendous. They're having a look whether or not this carried. Scotty Boland has still not left the field. He is very much within the line. Absolutely, Bozo. 5-4 for Ben Stokes. He's bowled, what, 6.5 overs? 7 overs? I mean, you talk about ridiculous efficiency. That's a clean catch there by Harry Brook. Scott Boland needs to walk. Yep, he's not going to get any assistance there. That is a clean catch there by Harry Brook. He's got all his fingers under the ball. I'd be very surprised if this was overturned. You can see he's got his fingers underneath. It's a clean catch. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It should be 9 down. They are taking a look here. It's a clean catch. I don't see the problem. Perfect catch there by Harry Brook. He's got his fingers underneath the ball. Swiftly takes it up. Perfect. Nothing wrong with that catch. Scotty Boland needs to walk. And it does look like the English team are going to get a healthy lead heading into the second innings here. 5-fer for Ben Stokes. Absolutely brilliant. 6 overs, 5 for 23. That is ludicrous. I mean, we're just looking at high levels. 5 for 23 of 6 overs. I mean, he's picking up a wicket every over. Just been nasty stuff, this. The line and length has been perfection. And now Ben Stokes wasting no time, knowing that number 10 and 11 are out there. Go out there and give Jofra Archer the ball and knock over the stumps. 19 wickets have fallen on day 1. Brendan Doggett, on Test debut, picked up 2 wickets, now has to face. Well, he doesn't have to face Archer yet because Lyon is still there. We'll talk about frightening situations and scenarios. This would have been one of Brendan Dockett's 51 matches, 386 runs at an average of 8 in first class. Doesn't seem very good, especially when you're leveling up to international cricket here with Ben Stokes picking up 5 at one end and Jofra Archer steaming in at the other. Short delivery Well ducked there by Nathan Lyon. Australia trailed by 51 runs. Having to go after 172. It has not gone according to plan whatsoever in what has been a crazy, crazy day one. Oh, he's looked to pull. Just almost get his head out of the way there. Anywhere will do for Nathan Lyon. Doggett at the other end will be saying, please face as many deliveries as possible. He has no intentions to face Jofra Archer. Archer has not conceded 10 runs, guys. He's in his 10th over. 2 for 9. 9th over rather, but 2 for 9 is still an outrageous stat. Ben Stokes, 5 of 23 of 6 overs is even crazier. Good intensity by Jofra Archer. It's not got full and straight yet, which is a bit curious. I'd like to see him try and attack the stumps a lot more in terms of going that full and straight. "19 wickets and 293 runs today. Absolutely astounding day of test match cricket. That one goes down the leg side. Ben Stokes, do you have one more over in you? Try and get a 6 for. Final delivery of the Archer over here. Nearly 5 hours into the stream post lunch. It's been a real fun watch here. It's a full delivery onto the pads. It's worked that very nicely here. Bonus runs for the Aussies. Lyon should get 2. And he does quite comfortably in the end. Valuable 2 runs to end the over. 39 gone. 1, 2, 3 for 9. No success there for Jofra Archer in that over. Bowling to Nathan Lyon, who has navigated 2 Jofra Archer overs very well. Full credit to him. And oh, they have decided to call Stumps. They're not going to give one more over here. We saw 32 overs batted by England for their 171. And Australia, after 39 overs, muster 123 for 9. After what has been a crazy day of test match cricket. 19 wickets for about 290 runs. Absolutely crazy. And after day one, Australia trailed by 49. And the day started so perfectly for them after Starc picked up 7 wickets. And absolutely destroying England's top order. But they did settle and got a few runs towards the end. And then the Aussies came into bat. It was a familiar situation with Jofra Archer, Braden Carse breaking through early on, and then it was the Ben Stokes show, picking up 5 wickets in 6 overs. It was a magnificent bowling performance. Wickets tumbled, 4 in the first session, 7 in the second, 8 in the third. It has been a wild day of test match cricket, thoroughly enjoyable, and it really is set up perfectly here for the Ashes. Day one after Stumps, Australia trailed by 49 runs as Ben Stokes leads his team off the pitch after yet another successful outing with the ball in hand. Fifer for the skipper. Australia 123 for 9 as Ben Stokes, all smiles, leads his team out. Well, a quite incredible game of test match cricket here. Day one has seen ebbs and flows, the pendulum swing from side to side. 172 has been looking pretty good at this situation with Australia really struggling for runs. Carson, Jofra Archer picking up 2 each. And then that fifer, that heroic performance from Ben Stokes, picking up a wicket pretty much every over as Australia find themselves in a situation where they're very much heading into the 3rd innings. England in the lead. Well, it's been a nearly 5-hour stream. It's been thoroughly enjoyable. I thank everybody who's tuned in at any point of the stream. I cannot thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. I will see you guys tomorrow for day 2, as there's going to be more twists and turns.